If I, if I can have members of council to please take their seats. I will now call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem. Members, please remain standing and observe a moment of silence in memory of Wajas O. Nigam, the Honorable David Onley, A.R., Michele Albanese, an unknown individual, John Paul Borman, Barbara Helen Castledine, Alvina Naomi Chance, Edward Charles Netsky, Frank Daly, Jane Doe, John Doe, Michael Finlay, Naftali Gerwitz, Michael Kirk Harvey, Hydro, James Francis Nitti, Jules Gronis, Ken Lee, Joey Leventhal, Natalie Helen Muir, Jim Nyman, Michael Pilch, Rosemary Dawn Potts, Bort Salming, Gail Elaine Stacy, Peter Strickland, David Wheeler, and the victims of the Jerusalem Kyle Synagogue Massacre. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting. Members of council, staff, and the public are participating in today's meeting remotely and in person, and the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us today who are watching the meeting online. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize the Toronto Argonauts winners of the 109th Grey Cup Championship. I would like to call Mayor Tory to give the presentation.
Thank you, Speaker. We are very pleased and very proud to welcome members of the Toronto Argonauts to celebrate with us, and it's to celebrate not just their victory in the Grey Cup, which is something that brought pride to the city and to this council, and I would say particularly to Councillor Ainsley, who I conceded in front of the team this morning, is, I'm sure, unless there's other information I don't know about, the most rabid, most loyal, most determined Toronto Argonaut fan, because I have seen him going to so many games and functions and so forth. This is the second time during my time as mayor that I've had the privilege of, on your behalf, welcoming the Argos to City Hall as Grey Cup champions, the first time being after their win in 2017. As you know, though, I have a very strong and a very heartfelt connection to the Canadian Football League, which makes it even more special for me. I started off as their lawyer, and then one day, in some kind of quirk of fate, I was asked to be the chair of the Board of Governors because they were looking for somebody who wasn't an owner that could sort of deal with that unruly group back in days when the league was struggling. And the league, like a lot of Canadian institutions, it struggles because this is a big country. This is our game. It's only really played here. It features Canadian players and a unique Canadian game. And that just means that relative to some of the other kinds of organizations in the game of football, it's a challenge to keep it going, as are many things that are very Canadian in their nature. And what I hadn't done, and I try to do a better job of it these days, is to read the fine print, because I didn't realize when you become the chair, which is a volunteer position, if the commissioner of the day, who's the CEO of the league, resigns, you become the commissioner on an acting basis. And in my case, I served as commissioner of the Canadian Football League as a volunteer for 4 years during the time when the league was struggling and was on the brink of, frankly, of insolvency and of collapsing. And you know, did pour my heart and soul together with a lot of other people into trying to preserve it as the century-old organization that it and its predecessors were. And I can tell you that while when you're the commissioner, you have to be completely neutral about one team versus another because you're overseeing the conduct of the league. One of the greatest thrills that I had in my life, as somebody who'd been a Toronto Argonaut fan myself since I was about 8 years old, was not once but twice during my 4 years as commissioner to present the Grey Cup to the Toronto Argonauts. And so this really just carries that along. And of course, it has this iconic and historic trophy here that I think most Canadians would recognize on sight as something that in our sports world, you know, together with the Stanley Cup, are instantly recognizable things, and this has been around for a long time. When you look at you know, the game of football, like all professional athletes, I think a lot of us would feel this way. These are incredible people who combine teamwork, who combine sort of the intellectual aspect of the game, which is all about a lot of strategy and so on, with an incredible athleticism. But I think what's almost more important than that in the context of the Toronto Argonauts is that this team, perhaps because it is from a league that is grassroots, it is by the communities that it's from, it is of those communities, it is, in the case of like the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they literally sell bread and they sell beer and they have all kinds of community events to finance the operation of the team. And the people of Saskatchewan own the team. It's a bit different here. But the bottom line is the same, which is that this team is more involved, I would say, or as involved in the community as any of the professional sports teams we have. And that's evidenced in part by the fact that some of the players who are here today live here. And, you know, this is no criticism of anybody in any other sport, but a lot of the players in some of the other professional sports, you know, aren't here all year. And so they don't have as much of a chance to get as involved in the community as do the members of the Toronto Argonauts. And I think that is a point of great pride of this team and its predecessors as well, that they are people that live here in many cases, that are going to make their lives here before, during, and after football. And so It is important for us to acknowledge the big victory they won in Winnipeg, where they took on a team in Winnipeg that had been the champions for 2 years previous and beat them. And it did go down to the final minutes. I think those who had a chance to watch any part of the game remember how exciting it was and what a tough task that it was. Now, I don't know, I haven't seen him come in yet, and I can afford to make this joke because I've known him for probably, I don't know, 30 years at least. Pinball Clemens, he is once again, having had various sojourns with the team, sort of the heart of the team in the non-player category, and I think you all know who he is. I don't need to introduce him, but he was to be here this morning to come up and say a few words, but he sometimes operates in a different time zone, and this is a historic reality that everybody who knows him knows is the case. So he's not here at the moment. The person who is here is the second-year head coach, Ryan Dinwiddie, who will come up in a moment and just say a few words on behalf of the team and formally sort of accept our congratulations to them. I just want to conclude by saying, and this is just all about you know, the need that constantly exists in the Canadian Football League. It is a proud Canadian institution. It plays a uniquely Canadian game. It plays that game only in Canadian cities. And it operates on a different set of sort of economics and fan support than do perhaps some of the other teams. And that's not a criticism, it's not anything, it's just a statement of reality. And I just hope the people of Toronto will get behind a team that has existed longer than all the other teams. It's been around for more than 100 years. In fact, they will celebrate as a team, not necessarily in the Canadian Football League. The Toronto Argonauts will have their 150th anniversary this year, which is an extraordinary accomplishment if you think about it for any institution in this city, which itself is quite young. And so no second place here. We're honored to have Coach Ryan, and you should come on up right now if you would, in the absence of our friend Pinball. And we know he's here in spirit, and he's probably somewhere between here and Oakville, who knows. But I would like to with our warmest congratulations, ask you to come up, Coach, and to say a few words on behalf of this wonderful, exciting team that does us so proud.
I got to thank Mayor Tory for having us. We didn't expect to come up here and speak, so I don't have nothing really prepared. So we can thank Pinball for that. But I just want to thank you guys for having us and recognizing our accomplishment this year, and the city of Toronto really supporting us. Showing up to our Grey Cup celebration. That was amazing to see all the fans and the community get behind us. And we want to thank our great fans too as well. We feel like we got really great fans, and we're continuing to build on that. If you look at BMO Field in the Eastern Final, having 17,000 plus fans at that game was pretty electric, and I think that kind of elevated our game a little bit and kind of catapulted us into that Grey Cup to give us a chance to bring home this trophy. So I want to thank our great fans for all the support, the city getting behind us. We want to continue to get involved in the city. As you can see, some of our players, like the Mayor said, that live year-round here. We want to continue to build that and continue to grow with you guys as well. So after this, I'll announce, introduce our Grey Cup MVP, Canadian Player of the Game, our linebacker, our star, Enoch Mwamba.
Wow. Identity is not determined, it's decided. Identity is not determined by the things that people say. It's not determined by where you stand, where you live, what you drive. It is decided by the person that you choose to become, by the things that you do on a daily basis. And that's one of the biggest lessons that I learned, me personally, and I think that as a team, we did learn on our journey this year to capturing this great big trophy. We had an amazing season. We had great support from the city, great support from the fans. Again, I'm blessed and I'm honored to just be able to speak on behalf of my teammates, those who are here present right now, and those who aren't as well. We had great leadership, starting from the top down. Pinball's not here, he was a great leader. Coach Dinwiddie and the rest of the coaching staff that are here as well. And that's the reason why we're able to achieve and reach the level that we did this past season. A lot of times people ask me this past season, hey, what was the biggest thing that you learned? And I talk about the fact that there were so many things that were said about this particular game, this big game. Mayor Tory was talking about, hey, Winnipeg was a very valiant team. They were very deserving. They had accomplished so many things over the years. As a matter of fact, if they had won this year, they would have won the Grey Cup for the 3rd time in a row. But what we did under the leadership of Coach Dinwiddie, we were able to focus and unite and come together as a team. I truly believe that there's nothing in this world that cannot be done with unity and love. And that is what we're able to accomplish together, unity and love. Thank you to the City of Toronto.
I was just asking, because we talked on the day of that celebration you made reference to, because and we still claim him as our own anyway, because he is actually a product of Mississauga, unfortunately. When I say unfortunately, you all know what I mean. But he's one of ours from the GTA. So that's typical, though, of the Canadian players that are a big part of this game. And it's a source of great pride. And so even though it's Mississauga, when we annex Mississauga, he'll then be from Toronto. But just kidding, just kidding. Anyway, we're very proud of you, and thank you for being here today. And I presume you should probably take this back with you, because we can't keep it here. We would otherwise. If you want us to keep it at City Hall on display, that's fine. But otherwise, you should take it back. I know there's oh my goodness gracious. I know, it's the traffic. May I call upon Pinball to say a few words?
All right, thank you so much. All right. Wow. Well, I do want to say that I'm very proud to be here this morning, and I really would like to acknowledge our mayor. And would you, and I know that on a platform like this, we don't all agree all the time, right? Same happens on our football team. But in doing that, we find a way to work together because we are better together. And I would just ask if you wouldn't mind giving our leader a unified round of applause. Would you go ahead? Go ahead. Now, in this, I don't mean somebody, I mean everybody. Let's try it again. Woo! All right. And even greater applause to the greater group here. So happy to be here. And in saying that, we had a team this year that, we had guys who got injured. We had other guys who struggled. We had guys who played in a position that was different from the position that they desired to play in. But in the end, they all worked together and figured it out. And that's what a great team does. And I want to let you know that this city has been a gift to me. I came here to play football, and I fell in love with this city and this country. We are amazing. Like when you get in these meetings sometimes and you dig in and we in there, it feels, But I want you to know that we are amazing. Or as I like to say, phenomenal. Would you say it with me? Here we go. Very quickly, I need to give some words to people who are smarter than I am. And the words of Dr. King, this is, I believe, the anniversary of his I Have a Dream speech. One of my favorite quotes of his, he says, "The concepts of love and power have been contrasted as polar opposites in our society. In order to exercise love, we must resign ourselves of power, and vice versa." He said, "But love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power without love is reckless and abusive. Indeed, power at its best is love. The two are synonymous." We have great power in this room. And the thing I have great confidence in is our love is even greater. let's, sometimes we have to remind ourselves that our love for the people we serve is even greater than the power that we have to make change. In its truest sense, I have to at least make one quote of a football guy. The venerable Vince Lombardi suggested, when a football player goes to ply his trade, he's got to play from the soles of his feet right up to his head. He says, now some players play with their head, and that's a good thing. He says, but more importantly, you have to play with your heart, with every fiber of your body. He says, now, if you're ever lucky enough to find a player with a great head and a great heart, he'll never come off the field in second place. Power and love, head and heart. One more time for Dr. King. He said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But by all means, keep going. So proud to be in this presence of you all today. I love what you've done with our city, what you continue to do with our city. And when you get a little bit frustrated on a little something, if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, Toronto, let's keep moving. As I close, I want to say that this championship wasn't the result of perfection, but it was the result of collaboration. These two men were the greatest collaborators on our team. One as a player, one as a coach, and they brought our team together. I'd ask you as we move forward to continue to do your best to bring this team together. The reality is, they gave us this beautiful trophy that is from 1909, was awarded by the Governor General of Canada, Lord Earl Grey, and that's why it's called the Grey Cup. Consistent with that, I want you to know that that trophy represents a champion. And you, as a team, are the greatest champions for our city. We don't give you a cup, but what you do is much more important. So we are grateful for you. We're cheering for you. And we want to say congratulations to every member of this city and this greater community, and especially our big, our Argo fans. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm a little long-winded. I apologize for that. All right. Oh, Trump! All right.
Thank you. Members, let's continue. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Counselor Carroll. All those in favor, raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, we do have an administrative inquiry 3.1 from Counselor Matlow regarding the Gardner East project. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted on the city's website. Okay, if I can please have some quiet, please. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Okay, Counselor Pasternak is moving receipt. Counselor Matlow?
I'm waiting for IT. I don't have access to my iPad at this time. I'd like to move a motion that the clerk has to defer it to IEC.
Well, Counselor Pasternak just moved to receive,
I
so,
just haven't had an opportunity to move my motion that was prepared.
yeah, I'm sorry. Counselor,
No, Madam Speaker, really, don't do this again. I'm in my right to move a motion.
well, Counselor Matlow, I did ask for a motion, and Counselor Pasternak responded
No,
and
you
said
asked for a motion
move
to receive specifically to determine an outcome. Please allow me my basic rights as a member to move a motion to defer it to committee. Please. Madam Speaker.
Hey, come stai? Tira.
Okay, so we have a deferral motion by Counselor Matlow, recorded vote.
Thank you.
Referral. Recorded vote. No, the referral motion is on the floor right now, and that's what we're voting on, Counselor Matlow. No debate.
Counselor Carroll, are you able to vote using the system, please? Counselor Ainsley, your vote, please. Affirmative. Counselor Perruzza, your vote, please. The negative, thank you. Counselor Burnside, your vote, please. Oh, sorry. Counselor Cole, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Counselor Matlow, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Counselor Carroll, your vote, please. Negative, thank you. And Counselor Crisanti, please. Affirmative, thank you. The referral carries. The vote is 13 to 12.
I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
There we are. I do, Speaker. Thank you. I move that the agenda for meeting 2 of the Executive Committee be presented for consideration. I'll just say there were 2 items I wanted to comment briefly on, Speaker. There were many reports in front of us, but one of the 2 is the second key item that I've designated for this council agenda. But first, I will just say that we spent some time reconstituting what I think members will agree are very vital committees that help us to gather information, to get expertise from the community, and that is the council advisory bodies. You know, I think over time, there's been great learning with respect to the advice and the value of the advice that comes from advisory committees that consist in the main of residents of the City of Toronto, some of them experts just because of their lived experience. And I think we've been very well served by having the advice of those bodies and having the existence of those committees meeting in a more formalized kind of way that allows for the public to see that that's happening and for those people to participate and for their input to come directly through to the executive committee. And so whether it's on accessibility, whether it's on 2SL, LGBTQ plus issues, Indigenous issues, and a host of others, these are bodies that have served us very well. I should say that we discussed the fact that the Indigenous Committee is in the process of a review of their own governance in terms of issues like representation and so on, which was at their own behest, and there's some work going on which we broadened out a bit because while it was said that our staff, our very capable staff, were talking to people who previously served on that committee, there wasn't as much opportunity for the broader Indigenous communities in Toronto to themselves participate, which we added to the work that's being done. And in the case of, some might notice there's one that's not yet on this list today for approval, which is the Housing Advisory Committee, and that awaits the report coming on the Housing Action Plan in March, where at that time we'll not only receive back I hope, action plan from the staff to implement a number of the things we talked about at the previous council meeting, but we'll also receive back the terms of reference and suggested membership framework for a Housing Advisory Committee, which this council previously approved to exist in a prior consideration. And I should say that I hope that these groups will all be reconstituted with your support on the recommendation of the Executive Committee. That brings me to my second key item for the meeting, which was also something considered at the Executive Committee, and that's the report on the Cafe TO program. This, of course, arose out of the pandemic. And I think what we did there is not only do something that helped in emergency circumstances for people to be able to patronize our restaurants by being able to be outside on space that wasn't historically taken up with the hospitality industry, but it was like discovering a gem that had been hidden. I think the look and the feel and just the nature of the city was changed for the better by the existence of this program. And of course, it was something that was very impactful, not only in the sense of the vibrancy of the city, but also impactful in the context of the health and well-being of the hospitality and restaurant industry, which are so important and employ so many people. And it isn't just about employment, it's about the role that a lot of those restaurants, especially the smaller ones, play in the vitality of neighborhoods. You know, we talk about main streets, of which there are many across the city, and anchors for those main streets in many cases on those kind of retail strips are restaurants, because people are there all the time coming and going. we had to, as a city, and the city government had to, in making the program permanent, come to grips with the notion of a fee structure, because it had been put in place as something that was free. Although I tell my kids all the time, nothing is free, but it was put in place as something that was free from the standpoint of charges from the government, even though we had considerable costs in offering the program and supporting the program. And we had to deal with issues such as accessibility and so on. And so this is one of the reasons why, we exist, so that we can take the carefully thought through advice of our wonderful professional public service and take a look at it in the context that we often have to look at these things, such as the input received from people who appeared in front of us at that meeting to depute, and just the knowledge we have on the ground of business circumstances. And that led us to ask the staff to do some further consideration of the fee schedule, because we heard that the schedule as proposed was perhaps too burdensome in light of the continuing recovery of that industry. And so you'll have in front of you a supplementary report, which I commend to you now, and will commend to you when I speak on it as the second item today, which is one that makes some adjustment to that. And I'm very supportive of the recommendations, which I believe the industry is too, as seeing it as a sensible thing we did to take what were very thoughtful recommendations of staff and make them maybe more commensurate with the circumstances that the industry and members of the industry are facing now. So I'll look forward to discussing especially the Cafe TO matter with members of council when the time comes later this morning. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. If you can just get a minute. Okay. It's not working. Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So at the first meeting of the Board of Health, members requested an update on Toronto respiratory viruses season from the Medical Officer of Health
Okay, it's working.
regarding the impacts of the indoor ventilation requirements on public health, and updates regarding the city's response to COVID-19 and other public health issues and the impacts of making on those responses. We also discussed the effects of cold weather on individuals experiencing homelessness and moved to request the Medical Office of Health to support the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration in their view of policies and procedures related to the opening and operations of emergency warming centers. Toronto Public Health has seen an uptick in Mpox cases, with 4 new cases reported on January 27th. I encourage all high-risk individuals to get vaccinated against Mpox. And lastly, the Board of Health has an important responsibility to strengthen public health in our city, and it's not lost on me that we have seen exemplary leadership from outgoing members of the board. Thank you for your guidance throughout the last term, and I'd like to welcome new members of the board. I look forward to working with all of you. And thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my report.
So, Counselor, okay, thank you. Um, Thank you. Sorry, Counselor Carroll, there's problems here today. Okay,
I'm having problems as well.
Counselor Carroll.
You ready? Oh, okay.
Just one sec. Counselor Carroll, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 1 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Madam Speaker, if you'll indulge me, just a quick bit of explanation. On our agenda, we have a number of regular business items, but also on the agenda is an updated report, includes a confidential item that folks may want to look at on the update that we will be getting regularly about the shelter hotel program and the eventual relocation. So there is a report on the agenda about that. Just by way of explanation, Madam Speaker, what isn't on that agenda is an added item that I think councillors should probably have a look at if they go back to the economic development minutes in the agenda. 1.9 has been referred directly to staff, and that goes further into looking at not just our shelter program, not just the hotels, but warming centers and cold weather in general. And I know that that is top of mind for everyone on council. Torontonians experiencing homelessness is really the theme of the month, as we've all experienced in our local wards and through the media, of course. We've all been concerned about it. And so it bears looking at, even though it's not on the agenda because it's going directly to staff, and that report will be on the April agenda and then in council. But it is my intention when we get to matters of time sensitivity, after the mayor's key items, to make time sensitive so that we can consider them together, the hotel relocation program and updates, and also the Board of Health item, so that as we go forward to discuss what is so top of mind for all of us, that those items come together and people will have the opportunity to look at not only what is before us today, but what staff have been instructed to bring to us at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. The report from meeting 1 of General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 1 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, do you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I have a motion here to introduce the report from meeting 1 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, good morning, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues on council. I'd like to place the following motion that the report from meeting 2 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 2 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. The only comment I can add to this is that some coffee, some fruit, and some cookies are in the back. Yeah. And councilors and staff are welcome to help themselves.
He's saying there's caffeine.
Okay, thank you.
Woo! Yes, James.
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting number 2 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 2 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And my thanks to our stellar new clerking team. They handled our over 80 items as if they'd been doing it for years.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials, moved by Councillor Thompson? If you can move that.
Can you put it
There
back
you
on
go.
for me, please, so I can see it? Hello? Can you put it on the screen for me so I can see it, please? I don't have it on my system. Looks like we're having some technological problem here, Speaker. All right, here it is.
Okay, there it is.
That new business from the mayor and city council officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Councillor, could we? Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Mayor Tory.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I have one a declaration of interest here concerning item IE 1.3, construction staging area, time extension 75 Broadway Avenue. And I declare this interest because my mother's residence is in the immediate vicinity, and I have the appropriate paperwork to file with the clerk.
Thank you. Are there any further declaration? No? Okay, thank you. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Carroll?
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker, I was just getting ready to push it for time sensitivity.
Oh,
Didn't mean
okay,
to
so
do it.
no petitions. Okay, thank you. Okay, is your, not working?
It's a bit slow.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Sachs, petition?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I have a petition to deliver. This petition is a petition in support of the motion to make the Midtown Complete Street, i.e. 1.4 permanent. It's been signed by 8,784 individuals, including 13 residents associations, over the 50 local businesses, and more than 15 community groups. It calls for, since its implementation in 2021, Yonge Street is safer for everyone, more inviting for shoppers, diners, and pedestrians, supports Toronto's climate goals, encourages low-carbon modes of active transportation such as walking, biking, and public transit. I ask that you continue to demonstrate your leadership for safer streets, vibrant communities, and a cleaner environment by committing to make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot permanent at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. We have one deferred item before us today, DM 3.1. The mayor has designated item MN 3.5 on reviewing revenue tool options for Toronto as this first key matter, and this will be our first item of business today. The mayor has designated item EX 2.4 on Cafe TO 2023 and beyond as the second key matter and our second item of business. The notice of a motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, before I take additional holds, the city solicitor has advised that item CC 3.2 on legal challenge to Bill 184, protecting tenants and strengthening Community Housing Act 2020, needs to be withdrawn from the agenda due to ongoing discussions between the parties. May I have a motion to withdraw the item? Councillor Carroll, moved by Councillor Carroll. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Crawford, I believe that you have a motion regarding the Civic Appointments Committee. If you can bring that forward.
Yes, I do. This is just to get the civic appointments agenda onto, decisions onto the agenda. So in accordance with section 27-7.10 of council procedure, City Council will remove item CA 2.1 headed City of Toronto nominee to the Greater Toronto Airports Authority Board, CA 2.2 appointments of the public members of the Board of Health, and CA 2.3 appointments of the public members to the Toronto Public Library. Remove that from the Civic Appointments Committee and bring the items forward to City Council for consideration. That's just to get it on the agenda.
All in favor? Show of hands.
It's just
No,
getting it onto the agenda.
Councillor Crawford is just bringing forward to this
not on the
council. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, this is just bringing it forward, taking it out of committee, bringing it forward to council.
it'll be debated later.
The motion to seize it from committee is itself debated.
So you want to debate this? Okay, Councillor Perks, did you want to speak?
I have a question of the mover. I may wish to speak. I don't know.
Okay,
that. I
question
want
to the
answer.
mover.
So I'm very sorry, Councillor Crawford, you've caught me flat-footed. By doing this, are we short-circuiting the normal process of the Civic Appointments Committee in any way?
I believe, Council, the reason that we had to move this motion is the committee met a little later before they had the opportunity to technically bring it onto the agenda. So this is just a procedural motion to be able to bring the recommendations to council. We'll have every opportunity to discuss it and all that. It was just, timing was late. Our meeting actually was on February 1st.
So they've done the interviews and they have the recommendations and
Yeah,
all
so
of
that
that.
we
I
want-
just
we just
wanted to
wanna
be
get that on
clear
the
about
agenda.
that before I voted on whether or not to bring it
We
forward.
just want to get
Thank
it on
you.
the agenda for debate.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member hold. I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold. Okay. Administrative inquiry. Oh, that we dealt with that. Deferred items. Okay, Councillor Sachs, you're holding that down, correct? Okay. Councillor Moyes?
Madam Speaker, just to point of clarification, do I just tell you what I want to hold, or do I have to just wait until the items mentioned here?
Pardon?
I have two items like to hold. Do I
Okay,
just-
on what committee? We're going through we're going through executive.
Okay, have we gone through? Okay, thank you.
So anything on executive? No? Economic, Board of Health, okay, that's held. Economic and Community Development. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure of Councillor Robinson's intentions, but I just wanted a recorded vote on the Urban Hens TO pilot project, which is EC 1.7. If Councillor Robinson wants to hold that, I would let her do that.
No, I've got another item. Mine's another item.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday, you're asking for recorded vote on EC 1.7, which is extending the Urban Hens TO pilot project. Do you want a recorded vote?
Yes, correct, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote on that item. If I can have members of council, please take your seats when we're in the middle of a vote. Councillor Cheng, Councillor Perks. We're in the middle of a vote. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor, we're in the middle of a vote. It doesn't, you still have to remain seated during the vote. Councillor Matlow, please, can you remain in your seats?
Counselor Matlow, may I have your vote, please? Sorry, that's against? Thank you. Counselor Sachs, may I have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. And Counselor Perruzza, may I have your vote, please? May I have your vote, please? Against, thank you. The motion to adopt the item carries. The vote is 20-6.
So Councillor Robinson, do you have something on economic development?
Yes, I would like to actually release an item that I held, EC 1.3. I have a quick motion that the clerks could put up on the screen, and we can dispense of this item. It's a recommendation to add names to the Uptown Young BIA Board of Management, Jamie Vargas and Amin Datu, and this has been worked on collaboratively between Councillor Mike Cole and myself.
Okay, so you're releasing EC 1.3, which is the appointments to BIAs, correct? Right?
That is correct. Correct.
Well, hold on, there's the amendment on the screen. There's the amendment. All in favor? Show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, do you have you have an item on economic development?
To hold?
Well, your name's on the screen.
Oh, I have something to time later.
Oh, okay. Okay, right now we're just going through the list. Okay, so we'll go now to General Government Committee. If you'd like to hold an item down, please put your name on the screen. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Government, I was going to say government management, general government 1.12, updating the fair wage schedule. I just have a quick question of staff.
Thank you. Okay. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. If you have any holds, if you can please put your name on the screen. Infrastructure and Environment. Councillor Holliday. Councillor Holliday?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. IE 1.5, FG Gardner Expressway and Don Valley Parkway closure, Mike for Brain Health.
Just one sec. I'm sorry, Councillor Holliday, what was the item you're holding down?
EC 1.5, which
Oh,
is the...
that's already been held.
Oh, my apologies.
Oh, sorry, we're at IE, sorry.
I did say EC by mistake.
Yeah.
It is IE 1.5.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm, okay.
I can read the title if it helps.
No, it's just, okay, so Councillor Holliday, you're holding IE 1.5.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to hold IE 1.7, Standard of Care Training Course for members of City Council.
Thank you. Planning and Housing. Okay, Okay, Etobicoke York Community Council. North York Community Council. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold SC 2.1, 1625, 3341 Kingston Road and 52 Birchcliff Avenue, the rental housing demolition application.
Okay, thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. No, okay. New business. Councillor Moyes.
Okay, I think CC 313, that's new business, right?
Can you name the item, please?
Yeah, CC 313, 471-479 Queen Street East, zoning bylaw amendment, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal, request for direction.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It's just another recorded vote request. CC 3.6, 5238 Dundas Street West and 28 Jopling Avenue South. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, request for direction. I'd just like the opportunity to vote against
So you want a recorded vote?
I do, thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Holiday is asking for a recorded vote on CC 3.6, 5238 Dundas Street West and 28 Joplin Avenue. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, may we have your vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 25-1.
Thank you. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time-specific. Councillor, no, I know. So I will now make, okay, so. Oh, okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. Somehow I inadvertently held CC 3.10.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to release CC 3.10, 2 to 6 Howard Park Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, request for further direction regarding Ontario Land Tribunal, Ward 4, which I held incorrectly.
Okay. So Councillor Fletcher would like to release CC 3.10. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
And again, CC 3.11, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal of official plan amendment 231-51 Manstore Road, request for directions report, releasing that, Speaker.
So you're releasing CC 3.11?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. So now we're doing, yes, just a sec, Counselor Perks. Hold on. So now we will go request to make items urgent and time-specific. Okay, if I can, Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I need to reopen item TE 2.47. I need to amend a street to an avenue. Staff inadvertently wrote it wrong in the report. We could have the amendment up.
We haven't adopted it yet.
Yeah, I'm moving my amendment. Sorry, I said reopen.
So you want to hold it down?
No, I simply want to move an amendment so that it no longer reads
Okay, so the motion is on the screen,
Avenue, but instead reads street.
2.47 by Counselor Perks. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, so Counselor Carroll. No, I know, that's where I thought we were going. Okay, Counselor Carroll.
I did submit them in writing.
Pardon?
I think we didn't clear the list, so there's some confusion. Oh, so it's not on time sensitivity? Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry. Because Counselor Perks had his on the other one, so, okay. Counselor McKelvey, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to time item IE 1.4 Cycling Network Plan 2021 Active TO Cycling Network Expansion Project updates for the first item of business tomorrow to ensure city staff, it needs multiple departments, all know when to be here.
Okay. Thank you. Counselor Moyes? Oh, yeah. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Counselor Moyes?
Madam Speaker, I need some clarification, please. I'm trying to hold an item, CA.
Okay, so we're at
2.2.
time specific right now.
I know, but I'm saying, you went through the list, but you haven't mentioned civic appointments. So I'm not quite sure if we're coming back to that, or I've missed that item.
You want to hold the Civic Appointments Committee?
Yeah, item CA 2.2, civic appointments. That was
Yeah.
not,
Yeah, they're all in the chair's name right now. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to time specific here. Counselor Carroll. Let's try it again. Counselor Carroll.
I submitted it in writing, Madam Speaker, ECTEV 1.5 and Board of Health 1.6. I'm proposing that we consider those the first and second item after the mayor's key items.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Carroll. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Counselor Sachs, time specific, that's where we are.
Yes, thank you. Two matters, please. Members' motion 3.15, which...
Okay, members' motion, we'll get to the members' motion tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Well, you asked if there are matters that are urgent.
So tomorrow at 2, we go through the members' motions.
All right, well...
We're not there.
Okay, well...
You have to wait till tomorrow.
I would like to get to that one as soon as possible. The other one is DM 3.1, which is a deferred matter. I would like that to be the last on this council meeting's agenda. Negotiations are still underway, so if we could hold it down to the bottom of the list, please.
I'm sorry, Counselor Sachs, I can't hear you. So
Yeah.
what is it that you want to do on the deferred item? You
The
want to?
deferred item,
Yes?
yes, I want to hold it down to the bottom of the list, so we get to it after everything else, because negotiations are still underway.
So you're about the Avenue Road and Davenport Road?
Correct.
Okay, well, it will probably be a while before we even get to it because we have the mayor's key items and time-specific items, so it'll probably be later on.
Well,
It might be 2 days from now, 3 days from now.
All right, well, I'm not ready to deal with it yet, so I'm asking that we hold it down. Thank
You want it to be the last item of the council agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, last item. On favor? Carried.
We have IE 1.3.
Point of order, Councillor Cole.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't have a moment's silence for the over 5 million innocent men, women, children that have been killed by the terrible earthquake in Turkey and Syria.
Okay, maybe we can do that
And
later on.
I would ask that the mayor, on behalf of council, send a note to the Turkish consul expressing our deepest sympathies and concern for these very, very tragic deaths that have occurred, because we've got so many people of Turkish and Syrian background that live in Toronto. So that's my point of order.
Thank you.
On a point of order, just to close the loop on that, I both publicly articulated that and privately. So we could observe that here at council, but I've done that on behalf of the city.
Okay, members, before we adopt the order paper, that we vote, have a recorded vote on yeah, but please, Councillor Cole, later, until we get through this, the protocol. Okay, so we have to have a recorded vote on IE 1.3. The Mayor Tory has declared an interest. So if we can have a recorded vote on that item, please.
Councillor Sachs and Councillor Myers, are you able to vote using the system, please? Councillor Matlow, may I have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Thompson, may I have your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Item IE 1.3 carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. All of those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions by email. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with your motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. And I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent your motion and turn Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and the reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I've agreed to and that are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. Notice of this item has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All those in favor of referral, please raise your hands. All right, okay. All in favor, show of hands. To waive referral. Yes. On the mayor's key item. All in favor? Okay, recorded vote. It's on the screen, recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, may I have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. Counselor Matlow, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Counselor Perruzza, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you.
Okay, members of council.
Sorry, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members of council, what we have before us now is the mayor's key item, which is MM 3.5, reviewing revenue tool options for Toronto. And so if we have questions, if you want to put your name on the screen. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question based on the way the motion is worded. The motion asks for an updated assessment on those tools that are already legislatively possible in the City of Toronto Act. But we've had reports in the past that, you know, by way of being thorough, also speak to municipal sales tax if we were to have one. So does this motion, would staff interpret this motion as updating those past reports, or their intention is to focus on those tools provided in the City of Toronto Act?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we would be looking at the tools that are available to the City of Toronto under the City of Toronto Act.
And staying specific. So can I assume that, you know, we're not just going to go back, look at that past reports on those, and then just, you know, add a little bit of math to update inflation was X, so it must be this. We're really going to review those assumptions so we have a really, really clear picture of what the cost to implement would be and the revenue would be, and we'll use a really full picture of the current state in terms of being able to do implementation and collection.
Absolutely. My staff and I will work with the CFO and her staff to do that. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. My first question is to the city manager. At the end of last term of council, there was a motion for you to bring a long-term financial plan to Toronto City Council. Is that on your agenda schedule for this term?
Through the speaker, absolutely, and it's due to come sometime in Q2 of this year.
In Q2. Now, given that that would have to look both at expenses and revenues, I imagine there would be some overlap. But also, would that long-term financial plan give you scope to perhaps examine revenue tools not listed in this motion?
So through the speaker, the long-term financial plan is a broader review of a number of ways that we can look at the financial sustainability for the City of Toronto. So it may not be as tight as the motion that's before us today. So there may be additional pieces. There will be additional pieces contemplated across a variety of things, not just revenue tools, but across a variety of packages.
Good, thank you very much. And I'm not sure who this goes to, but in the review proposed by the motion in front of us here, in the original Hempson report, a number of the revenue tools that are permitted in the City of Toronto Act, the report carried a caveat, which is that we would still need the cooperation of the province for implementation for some of them. Is that going to be part of the review?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the extent that the cooperation of the province is required, that advice would be incorporated in any legal advice that's provided on this report. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you. I have the benefit of the 2016 report before me, but I wondered if staff could provide a list of taxes or other revenue tools, I guess is the word, that would be eligible under the current legislation. Can you give us an idea of what could be coming in this report? Just the titles.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, the list, obviously this is an incomplete list, but it would be looking at a parking levy, a vacant storefront tax, ones that we would require permission or cooperation of the province, motor vehicle registration tax, alcoholic beverage tax, tobacco tax, entertainment and amusement tax. Those are just a few. The list is longer.
The list, do you have the rest?
Options that require amendments to the City of Toronto Act, a graduated residential property tax rate, a graduated commercial and industrial property tax rate, downtown parking sales tax, cannabis tax, municipal personal income tax, municipal sales tax, municipal business income tax, municipal gas tax.
Okay, and so that appears to me to be a spread of varying changes required to legislation. It's a little different than what was in the 2016 report, but you gave me some there that require some changes to legislation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what's changed since 2016? Has anything changed?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I think that the economic climate, the fiscal realities are probably better understood today than in 2016, primarily driven by the pandemic and the current economic climate with inflation and interest rates.
Okay. I think my next question is for the clerk. It's a simple one. By bringing a report forward, this reintroduces these matters for debate by council. Is that correct? That's the purpose of this. Okay, I'll try a different one. Has anything changed with the strong mayor powers with respect to the ability to approve any of these taxes?
The strong mayor powers do not add revenue-generating tools, no.
Do the strong mayor powers change the number of votes required to pass any of these taxes?
Strong mayor powers do change the number of votes required to pass certain types of bylaws. And in theory, I suppose it's possible that something could be linked to those powers, but it's very difficult for me to answer that question as a hypothetical. So I'm uncomfortable being definitive about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good questions.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through the Speaker to, I believe, the Chief Financial Officer. This motion, and we've had discussions offline, so does your understanding of this motion, would you be looking at revenue associated with an actual tax on, an hourly tax on parking spots, and of course the necessary permissions from the province, as opposed to what I think the wording says is more about a tax on the physical spot itself, as opposed to the ability to tax paid parking on an hourly basis?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, you're right. We have had conversations about this. We had them at Budget Committee. When we're looking at or considering the parking levy, it will in actual fact come under that umbrella of the parking levy.
Okay, thank you. And then the necessary permissions, you would be going, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, just one question to staff. How many cities in Canada and North America and around the world that has a commercial parking levy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I'd have to look into it and get back to you.
Do you know of any in Canada?
I'm looking for our, oh, Casey might have that, sorry, I apologize.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, cities in North America that have implemented a parking levy include Vancouver, Montreal, and elsewhere, Sydney, Australia, Pittsburgh, Miami, and Los Angeles, to our knowledge.
And do you consider these to be world-class cities, like Toronto?
Yes, I would say they have problems similar to ours.
And the revenue that is collected, is it what they propose it to be? Have they reached their targets?
That I'm not sure of, Councillor, but that would be part of our report back. It looks at where other jurisdictions have implemented a tax and whether that tax has been successful and met their revenue targets.
And those cities that have implemented the commercial parking levy, are they uniform or are they different? Are they tailored to each municipality or city?
Yes, they would reflect a variety of approaches, whether it's all commercial parking or certain commercial parking or parts of the city as opposed to the entire city. We would see a range of the way the parking tax has been, the parking levy has been implemented.
And if for some reason that we in Toronto decide to implement a commercial parking levy, would City Council decide how that is implemented, how it is tailored to our needs?
Yes, again, staff recommendations would come forward for council approval. So the proposed plan for how the vacant tax would apply, the commercial parking levy would apply, where it would apply, all of those things would have to be approved by council, but subject to the staff recommendations, and we would be working with consultant probably to come forward with recommendations on the best way to implement that parking levy.
And one final question. So if staff were to bring forth a recommendation and council were to approve it, what would be the time period that would be implemented? Would it be immediately? Would it be 2 years from now? 18 months? What usually is the timeline?
Previous reports for implementing a commercial levy indicated a time frame of 12 to 18 months from council approval.
Okay, thank you for those responses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, through the speaker. Just one simple question. Out of all the revenue tools that are being considered, are any of them currently approved by our provincial government and implemented in any other cities in Ontario?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, the one tool that we have available to us that has not yet been implemented is the parking levy. The vacant home tax was another tool, as you know, has been implemented in 2023. At Budget Committee, we did acknowledge that we were looking for tools that could generate immediate income, and the parking levy, as you just heard from my colleague, would take some time. Other revenue tools that are available to us through the City of Toronto Act would require cooperation or permission from the province.
So I think
And just to
my
clarify,
question, yeah.
Madam Speaker, the City of Toronto's authority to impose direct taxes is unique to the City of Toronto. Other municipalities do not have that legislative authority.
So I think my question is more, are there any municipalities in Ontario that have successfully implemented any of the revenue streams that are being researched?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the City of Ottawa has implemented a municipal accommodation tax, as has Toronto. So their program is very similar to ours. Same thing with the vacant home tax. The City of Ottawa is in the process of implementing a vacant home tax as we have in Toronto. Other municipalities are considering it, but so far Ottawa is the other large municipality that has chosen those.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask our tax guru, Casey here. In terms of the commercial concentration tax that we used to have in Toronto, how was that implemented? By the provincial government implementing that, or was it a city request to the provincial government at the time? Do you recall?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the commercial concentration tax is the tax that applied in Toronto for a very short period of time, and I do not recall whether it was the city going to the province to request the ability to levy that tax, or whether it was a provincial initiative.
Yeah. Do you think it might be helpful for councillors who are examining these new taxes to look at the history of the commercial concentration tax and the impact it had on businesses in Toronto and why it was quickly removed?
Again, it was removed because it was said to target unfairly commercial businesses in the downtown core based on the size of those businesses. So if you choose to tax a particular segment of your tax base, it has to be fair. So I think it was the unfairness that was the problem with that commercial concentration tax.
But it'd be possible to do a quick synopsis of the history of that for our information later so that we can make a good evaluation of these revenue tools?
We can certainly research why it was implemented and what the results were, sure, and report back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, when it comes to paying a parking levy, is it the retail user of the parking lot or is it the owner of those lands?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the commercial parking levy would be intended to be passed on to the owner of a commercial property. Whether that owner then chose to pass that on to a user of a parking spot to recover that cost, that would be an individual decision of the owner. But we would be targeting, the levy would be against the property because it's parking spots associated with the property.
So in a small plaza where all of the retail outlets are renters, our tenants, the actual tax would be levied against the owner of the plaza or the individual units, and then it would be their choice to either pass it on or to absorb that fee.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. When it comes to commercial paid parking, in other words, I guess retail outlets or other commercial entities that are charging for parking, would they also be susceptible to a parking levy? Would it be would people pay and then have to pay the levy?
If the implementation of the commercial parking levy by council included underground and commercial parking lots, then yes, again, the owner, the operator of the facility would be paying the cost of the levy.
Even if it's paid parking?
Even if it's paid parking.
Okay. So TPA, TTC, would city agencies have to pay this?
Though, those are questions that council would have to consider whether the parking authority would also be subject to a commercial parking levy, as would the TTC. Those are decisions yet to be made.
Okay, so that's part of the review process or the research process. Now, when it comes to commercial parking lots, or let's just say parking lots, it seems to me that the number of spaces either have shrunk, are shrinking, or will shrink. And that's, I'm looking at Yorkdale, which at surface parking will lose hundreds of spots in the coming years as they build out that parking lot. Has the train left the station for a commercial parking levy? I mean, is there anything else to milk, especially if we exempt small plazas?
Again, and through you, Madam Speaker, those decisions as to how and where the tax applies would be approved by council. And so, yes, there are all kinds of spots, commercial parking spots that currently are not subject to tax. They're free spots associated with the larger malls and strip plazas, free parking. Council would have to decide whether those were all subject to the commercial parking levy.
So we could exempt small plazas?
You could exempt small plazas. You could exempt areas of the city outside of the downtown core, yes.
There was another tax related to parking. I believe it was with water flow, and it was hard surfaces and that. Is that related? Is that linked to this in any way?
No, it was Councillor, it was the stormwater charge that
yes.
had been considered by council in the past, and the amount of stormwater generated by your property is directly related to the amount of impervious land that you have on your property. So a large parking lot, all impervious, you would pay a lot more for a stormwater runoff charge.
Right. So in other words, the stormwater charge was a form of a parking levy. Is that fair enough?
Actually, no. The stormwater levy was about a stormwater treatment, and I should be letting Toronto Water answer these questions. But they were not linked. One was not a revenue generating tool. It was a financing tool to fund infrastructure related to runoff.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are existing revenue tools already that, and some of which are relatively new. For example, the speed cameras. So, just wondering how many speed cameras do we have currently operating in the City of Toronto? Someone have an
Madam
answer?
Speaker, while I'm not able to answer that particular question, I do want to caution council because the automated speed enforcement cameras are in fact an enforcement tool.
Sorry, I can't hear you too well.
They are in fact an enforcement tool rather than a revenue generating tool.
That's understood, but they also generate revenue and also serve a very, positive public service in terms of controlling speeds in the city. So I understand we've all received one additional camera in each ward. So how many do we have in total, and how much revenue are we generating as a result of that enforcement tool?
Okay, Councillor Crescenti, that's
yes.
not before us.
Well, revenue generation is before us. All right, so let me try this other question. How about, we're currently, have we initiated the doubling of fines in school zones? Again, that's enforcement, but again, a revenue tool. That's currently happening now, right?
Could you repeat the
Again-
question? None of us at this table
Well,
were
can
to hear
I,
it.
Councillor Crescenti, you have to ask questions on what we have before us, which is a parking levy.
Parking levy
Now,
is the
please
only
ask
item before us?
questions, please ask
Okay.
questions on the motion that's before you, what you see before you.
All right. No, those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll clear the screen and we'll go to speakers. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. I move this motion because I think there's a broad acceptance in this chamber of the fact that the status quo is neither acceptable nor sustainable. I don't think we as a council, certainly during my time as mayor, because I know the council has changed in different budgets, we haven't been hesitant to do things that represented a sound public policy and then to implement changes after they were properly considered and properly done. So we have today a hotel tax, which many other cities have. We have a vacant home tax, which again, other cities have used as a means, not as much of raising revenue as to try and put units onto the market. We have a city building levy that will be proposed to be extended in the budget. We have some adjustments we made to the municipal land transfer tax to tax to a slightly greater extent homes that are more valuable. And I think all of these had valuable public policy purposes that were associated with them, and they all produced some revenues, but they didn't produce the revenue, and they were not ever seen, I don't think, as a means of making the city itself sustainable, which at present it's not. I mean, it's simply not sustainable, and I'll come back to that just in my remarks today. I think, though, that the important thing for us to do, and the purpose of this motion, is to start with our own house. And that's because both it's the right thing to do to look at the tools we have and the provisions in the legislation we have, but I will also tell you, in the context of discussions that I have with the other governments, it's constantly thrown back at me. Well, you have tools you're not using, or you have tools you're not using properly, or you have reserves that are too high, which is rubbish, or you have taxes that are too low. And frankly, if you look at the overall tax burden and water and solid waste burden on our residents, it fits right in about the middle. And I don't think that's a bad place to be, and I don't think it's in their place to sort of say, well, we should raise taxes more when it comes to the only tool basically that we have, being the property tax. I think a lot of this actually is either an informed, a convenient lack of knowledge on the part of other governments when it chooses to be suitable for them to have that lack of knowledge, or a deliberate, notion that they have that somehow we're not doing things, and they use that as an excuse not to have a fundamental discussion with us about how cities operate today and the things that we're doing and the things that we're asked to do. I will also tell you that when it comes to some of the existing tools provided for in the City of Toronto Act, the provincial government itself has said no to our using the very tools they legislated for us to have. I'll give you the best example is the alcohol tax, and I haven't had a discussion with the current government about this, but when I raised with the previous government the idea that we might use the alcohol tax and apply a charge, say it was $1 for every bottle of wine or alcoholic beverage sold in the LCBO, they said no, we couldn't have a two-tier pricing regime, and besides which it would be confusing and so forth and so on. It was all reasons basically to say the tool they gave us to use was not usable. And then when I went on in the same discussions to say, well, okay, if that doesn't work at the LCBO, could we then put a tax on a drink in a bar? And they said, well, no, that wouldn't work either because of the way the HST is collected. There's no way of distinguishing, which drinks were bought in which bar on what day. And it was just, sort of baffle-gab that essentially just said they didn't want to have us implement a tool that they had given us to implement. So here we are. There was a report written a few years ago, and I think the purpose of this motion is to get them to re-examine that and effectively to update it. And I think the advantage to that is that it shouldn't take that much time because we're updating. It's quicker than the intergovernmental New Deal discussions that we're going to start to have in earnest. I'm going to initiate them in earnest anyways on our behalf. And I think they look quite properly at things like the cost of administration, how much revenue in 2023 or 4 would be raised by these taxes in reality, what is the story with exemptions. And I think concurrently with that, we have to identify at the other levels of government streams of revenue or ways of raising revenue that grow with the economy in particular, because that's one of the problems with property taxes, they don't, so that we can see what is an overall solution. But frankly, if we could identify some streams of revenue and alterations the other governments could make and actually guarantee them so we didn't have to go every year for things that they have agreed to fund and then don't tell us if they're willing to carry it on year after year, this would be something that wouldn't involve the horrors of amending the Constitution in any way, but just would involve the practical reality of who delivers what services these days, who actually delivers them best. And I think the answer during the pandemic, it was seen clearly, along with a number of other times and places, that local government is best suited in many, many cases to deliver things that are oftentimes the responsibility of the other orders of government, but that we are not sent, or it isn't even thought that we should have any money necessary to carry that out. We are simply not suited at present, based on the arrangements that are in place financially, to carry out the duties we're asked to carry out, that we're best to carry out, and that's why there has to be change. But I think the first thing we have to do is look at our own situation, what we can do here, as we always do, update all of that, and then we'll have a platform on which to even better advocate for the remainder that will come from and should come from other governments as part of a fundamental examination of a regime that was put in place in 1867 and does not work in the reality of 2023. So I commend this motion to you, and I would appreciate the support of Council so we can get this done and concurrently start our discussions with the other governments. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion, if you could put it up on the screen. This is a motion that's supposed to be up on the screen. It really refers back to something that was in a report by our former General Manager, Chris Murray, that talked to the same issues, and he referred to the fact that 80% of all taxes collected from the people of Toronto by the federal, provincial, and city government leave Toronto. 80%. So the people of Toronto pay their taxes, the support programs all across the country, all across the province, yet we don't have money for our own necessary services. So I'm asking City Council request the City Manager and Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to include in the report the third quarter the total amount of taxes paid by Toronto residents to all 3 levels of government, and what percentage of taxes paid by Toronto residents leave the city to pay for programs and services outside of Toronto. So I think we should just do a follow-up on that report that the former manager did, talking about the leaving of revenues that Torontonians pay for. And I know it, and I do support the efforts here to examine these other revenue tools. We have no choice, because as usual, we're caught between a rock and a hard place. We're trying to help our hard-pressed citizens of Toronto who are already suffering from inflation and already difficult property taxes, never mind the commercial taxes, and the services we need. We need services because Toronto basically provides for services way beyond a city mandate. You know, we provide so many social services right across the board, from housing to mental health services to all kinds of social programs, way beyond what cities really can provide, given all we really have when it comes down to it is we have the regressive property tax revenues from the resident city of Toronto and our commercial residents. That's all it's a very regressive, unfair tax system. It's got nothing to do with your ability to pay. It just taxes you, whether you're working, not working, rich, poor, you get that property tax bill and you have to pay it or else there's consequences. So I think we have to look at these other tools. And as I mentioned earlier, if you're going to really look at this comprehensively, just learn the lesson from the commercial concentration tax, what that did to the city of Toronto and why it was quickly removed. So there's always a consequence to these new revenue tools, and you may not want to get them, but at least we should examine the possibility of these new revenue tools. And I just want to say that, you know, we're spending so much, I think, valuable time, and it's well spent, on looking for ways to pay for services in, you know, this year's budget. I know Councillor Crawford and the mayor and everybody's trying to find money to provide for critical services. And the irony is that Toronto does generate tax revenues, but most of the revenues leave Toronto. They leave the city. And do we ever get any kind of acknowledgement that Toronto is paying for all these services across the country, across the city? We don't. Look at the HST revenues that are collected out of Toronto, from Toronto residents alone. If we were to even capture 0.25% of the HST that was left in Toronto, we wouldn't be having to fight for money for the police budget, money for our homeless, money for housing. So we're all, it's like the water hole's getting smaller and smaller, and we keep on beating each other up in the city. Meanwhile, we don't look upstream to see that we are paying for all these national programs, provincial programs, and we can't help our own citizens here. And our citizens are paying enough. There's always an argument, Toronto doesn't get taxed enough, our tax rate is lower. But again, in total, Torontonians do pay more than their fair share of taxes.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just want to say I was really happy to second this motion by the mayor this morning. I'm happy that we talk about many revenue tool options, but more specifically, you know, we're looking at the commercial parking levy. You know, Toronto is a world-class city, and, you know, we are growing very quickly. And yet we don't have the revenue tools to sustain the city. Look at the TTC. The capital repairs are getting larger every year. We have sinkholes falling in our middle of our streets. More recently, University and Richmond, I believe, and other parts of my ward. There is so many needs in our community, and every year we go cap in hand to the federal and provincial governments. Quite frankly, it's embarrassing. We should not have to do that. And so I feel that having different revenue tools to make us whole and sustainable is incredibly important. And this is why I have really been supportive of the commercial parking levy, car levy. I also want to shout out to TTC Riders and Toronto Environmental Alliance for really advocating for that as well. I feel that this is a good thing for us. And we need to put our collective minds and thoughts together to make sure that, you know, we look at this in a long-term view rather than in a short-term view as we have in the past. So I do hope my council colleagues over time will support the commercial parking levy, because again, it is something that I feel that will help the city in a great way. In regards to, it would add hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayer base that we can help our city over time. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. What do you know, another tax. Shouldn't surprise anybody that I won't be voting in support of this. A parking levy. Imagine this, driving to Sherway to go shopping with money that you paid income tax on, going to pay sales tax in the stores that you go shopping to, in the car that you paid tax to buy, shopping in a store that pays commercial tax, burning gas to get there that you paid gas tax on, and put another tax on top of that. But this report's more. This opens the door to a discussion about broader taxes. That, it just begins with the discussion of a parking levy. I can spend my 5 minutes talking about why it's not fair and what the problem is with a parking levy and who it hurts and who's going to pay for the money. But I'm going to focus in on this discussion about revenue tools and taxes and why I'm worried and why the public is going to be outraged with us. It's not about the cupboard being bare. I asked the CFO, what's changed? Well, there's more financial pressures. No, the cupboard's not bare. We just got back from Costco with a carload of groceries that don't fit into the cupboard, is how I would describe it. So I'm just going to read a quote. Slide 18 of 57. On an annual ongoing basis, the City of Toronto invests in extensions of federal and provincial responsibilities. 22%, or $1.1 billion of Torontonians' annual property taxes are directly invested in the following services which reduce the financial burden for other governments: housing, social services, and health services, which I would put to you that Toronto pushes the gold standard on. But we do that voluntarily. This council does that. This council writes checks that we can't cash. And here we are, we're back talking about raising taxes again on that. $48 million is cited in the same slide deck. That's the cost for supportive housing. I'm not here to debate the decision on making supportive housing, but I am worried about the idea that that was implemented without a commitment on the operating costs. And you know what, on this council agenda, there's even discussion to look at even more of those. So where do these financial issues come from? Look to examples like that. Look to the $1.1 billion cited in the slide deck that informs our budget. A 7% property tax hike. 7%. That's a lot of money to a lot of people in this city. I have to go back to residents of Ward 2 and say, despite all this council debate today about all sorts of things we're going to talk about, we can't find $1 million to keep a leaf collection, a waste collection service from being cut forever. It's not even a reduction, it's gone. And we're discussing raising taxes. I have to go to them and tell them they have to pay 7% more. I can't treat the citizens of the city like walking ATMs. I cannot in good conscience cite $1.1 billion of things that we chose to do. I'm not going to argue every one of them that we chose to do, and I'm not going to say we should do none of it. But I will not be complicit in raising more taxes. This opens the door. That's exactly what we're doing today. My vote is no. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you through the speaker. First of all, I want to thank the mayor for putting this motion forward. I think a group of us new councillors, when we came here, we were shocked at how unsustainable our current budgeting system is. And the fact that we're fighting for money to serve the most vulnerable in our community makes no sense. It's not a sustainable way to run a city. The fact that we have $484 million, that's a COVID gap that still is unfunded from last year, and $933 million for this year that is still uncommitted. And I know that our mayor has been working hard to, we could say, advocate from the provincial and municipal governments and federal governments, but I actually think he's begging on our behalf, and that is not a sustainable way to force our mayor to go and beg for money year after year. So we need a new way to figure out how to make our city sustainable. And you know, there's just so many things about our city that need to be upgraded. I have an empty youth shelter in my community, Eva Satellite. It's currently molding, there's pipe issues, and they had to move out as an emergency measure. And there's no budget in this year's allocation that allows us to fix that building and let youth move back in. So we will wait another year to see what can happen with that building. The long-term care wait lists, the daycare wait lists, our infrastructure is not growing at the same rate as our population. We hear every level of government saying housing, 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 and I never hear the same commitment to infrastructure. I had I don't know if I'll call it a privilege or not, but I had a moment where I got to speak with Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition this past weekend, and I asked him, how does he plan on funding infrastructure as he's promising all this housing? Because we need good infrastructure to support the growth in our communities. And alarmingly, he said, I looked at the budget lines and we spend so much money on infrastructure, I'm sure that we are misallocating funds. I am very concerned when leaders look at our budgets and feel like expending money on infrastructure is a waste of money and that we don't need what can get us to not just sustainable. Sustainable is a low bar. We should be world-class, excellent city that funds the things that are needed to be the Toronto that we all know that we can be with the proper funding tools. So I'm excited to listen and hear about what these new funding tools could be. But more importantly, I think we need to make these election issues for the upcoming federal and provincial elections. We need all the candidates to know that funding the City of Toronto properly should be an election issue, and we should make sure that everything that comes out of this report is heavily communicated to all the candidates so that we will vote in people who will support the sustainability and excellence of the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to rise and support the remarks made by Mayor John Tory. You might all want to write that down for posterity. It is absolutely true that the City of Toronto has a revenue problem. Many of us have been saying this since amalgamation, in fact, and because we've been saying it without it being heard, the quality of life in the City of Toronto is deteriorating. We represent a city where over 10,000 people don't have a home tonight. We represent a city where 1 in 4 children live in poverty. 1 in 4 children live in poverty. We represent a city where, just from what we heard during the budget debates, the TTC in 10 years will have a $3 billion state of good repair backlog. Our transportation network, the backlog has been growing every year for 15 years and will grow for the next 10. Whatever frame you have for what a city needs to deliver, we're failing inside that frame. And we're not failing because we're inefficient, and we're not failing because we take on responsibilities that other governments don't want to take on. We absolutely are the last line of defense when people need supportive housing, and we have to take that burden on if other governments don't. That piece is established. But what caught my ear in the mayor's remarks, and I want to underscore this, is that when we are trying to work out deals with the province or the federal government on building infrastructure, on funding housing, on providing the very supports and social housing that Councillor Holyday talked about, they always say, oh, you have these other revenue tools, use them. And as the mayor pointed out, it's not as easy as that. We have, for example, on the books, the right to re-implement the vehicle registration tax right now. We could do it right now, except the province doesn't collect it anymore. So there's no system we can piggyback onto. We would literally have to create a whole new department to register people's motor vehicles in the city of Toronto. An enormous expense of time and money. Similar problems exist on some of the other taxes. I have my view that I believe that there are going to be significant problems with the parking tax, but let's go ahead and have staff look into that. The original report says we would need the province to cooperate because it would be the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation that would have to do that work. Do you think Doug Ford is going to phone up the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation and say tax parking spaces for these guys? I don't think so. But we heard the mayor say that by clearing the decks on this, making the case for what we can and cannot do, we take that argument off the table for the larger conversation. And the larger conversation is a renewed financial relationship with the City of Toronto and the other orders of government. A little history lesson. During the Great Depression, all of our social services as a country fell apart. And it's because municipalities, together with charities, were responsible for providing all the social services and all the unemployment supports. And as a result, something like 1/3 of all municipalities in Canada went bankrupt. So there was a new conversation, and the federal government said, we will take on unemployment, we will take on housing, and the provinces will take on social services. And the other part of the deal was that we got constrained, that we had to balance our operating budget every year. That's the deal that we had going back to the Great Depression. We are now in a number of other crises. We are facing climate change. We are facing the drug poisoning epidemic. We are still in the grips of COVID spreading throughout our community. We are facing a homelessness crisis. Our municipality has to provide shelter space and subways. Other municipalities don't. So we need that renewed conversation with the federal and provincial governments recognizing that we are the last line of defense and that we do not turn our back on people in need. So we need a renewed financial partnership between the different orders of government. This is one step. You heard we're getting the long-term financial plan within the next few months. That's the next step. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleague, Councillor Holyday, drew our attention to slide 18 in our budget presentation this year. And I think there should be focus on that. I quite agree. But I have to say that I disagree on whether or not it's a good or a bad thing that we are invested in those services, that we are involved in them. I happen to think, and professional wisdom would agree I think if we look at learned documents, that we are best positioned to deliver those services. And so we don't say to other orders of government, get out of here. We're not going to deliver your preventative health services for you. We're not going to do your housing. We're not going to deliver social services. Do it yourselves, province. Do it yourselves, federal government. We don't say that because we know that we're in the best position to do it. We are the most on the ground. We as representatives, the elected representatives, because we respond to requests on literally everything. We don't have the limited menu that our elected representatives have in ridings. In wards, you respond to every call. From my garbage fell over and he spilled some to the deepest crisis that a family could possibly be in our ward. And we respond to those. And so That gives us a perspective that I believe makes this level of government the best deliverer. Where the problem arises is we could introduce whatever revenue tool you like, and the biggest of them all, everyone knows my favorite, a municipal sales tax. We're still always going to have to be having that constant dialogue with the other orders of government, because there is that constant argument over how much did it cost to deliver that this year? Why did it cost more this year? Why is it you guys need this or that or the other thing as the deliverer? That conversation will always have to be there. There will never be an end to our having to advocate for the funds to deliver wealth redistributive systems in a city. We're the best to deliver it, but we don't have a single tool that is really about wealth redistribution. And that's why we constantly look at these revenue tools that might one day allow us to really tap into the wealth of some of the Torontonians. Not someone who owns an expensive house. I have lots of people in Bayview Village or Henry Farm that own a $3.5 million house, but they never earned more than 60 grand in their lives. So that's not a wealth I can tap into, because I would basically be displacing them. That's a dilemma that we have all across the city. Those are just my neighborhoods. All of you have them. However, we've been given revenue tools that have been very carefully crafted in the legislation so that we have all of the smallest and most complicated to deliver. The ones that we have actually implemented, it's either because they gave us bang for our buck, it's complicated to collect MLTT, but we get a big bang for our buck. And we've looked at the others, but they cost about the same to implement and give us small amounts of money. We could do them and pool together those small amounts of money, but the ones we've gone to, a vacant home tax, accommodation tax, we've done them usually because we hope to meet a policy objective. Tourism needs money. If we do a municipal accommodation tax, we could give some to them that we don't have. Vacant home tax, that's not a revenue tool, that's a policy tool. We implemented to turn those houses back into housing. And the minute we implemented, when we got into our budget deliberations here all over town and right in this room, people were saying, well, how much will we get from that vacant home tax? Don't get addicted to that revenue because you said it wasn't a revenue tool. You said you wanted to achieve housing. Well, if you're going down the road of Australian cities who long ago implemented parking tax, a parking space levy, the most expensive place to park in the world, Sydney, Australia. And in 1992, why did they do a parking levy? Because they thought it would address congestion. You know what's the second most congested city in the world? Sydney. $30 an hour to park and people are still driving their cars downtown. So if it's not a huge bang for your buck, I question why we're doing it. I think we need the updated, realistic type of assumptions we'll get in this report. I asked the chief solicitor what the approach would be, because it can't just be, can you do the math on inflation? It must be a real thorough report with realistic assumptions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak. Yes, thank you. I have a motion. The gist of the motion is that in assessing the parking levy, the staff should also consider the impact of the parking levy on our climate goals. Now, the reason for this is when the city reviewed revenue options in 2016, one of the responses, a reason given for not proceeding with the parking levy was it might change people's behavior. But we have to change people's behavior. As all of you know, I hope, we are in the midst of a climate crisis. You might have noticed in the paper yesterday, in South America, Chile, for example, the forests are on fire. This is going to be a much harder year than the last few years. We're moving from El Nino to El Nino. Food prices are being affected around the world. People are being displaced by the hundreds of thousands and hundreds of millions ahead. this is going to dominate the lives of everybody younger than me, which is almost all of you. So we need to be doing what we can. We need to change behavior. It is totally self-defeating that it's cheaper to drive and park than to take the TTC. This makes no sense in building the kind of future that we need. So we should consider, if a parking levy changes people's behavior, that's not a disadvantage, that's a plus. We need to change behavior. Transform TO clearly identified that 3/4 of local trips need to be not with the use of a private vehicle of any kind this decade. And that probably is too slow given the most recent science. So I am asking that in considering the revenue options, and particularly the parking levy, that staff give weight to the contribution of the parking levy to our climate goals, in addition to the many other reasons that have been spoken to today. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, just one sec.
I just want to make sure that.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Carroll, let me put your mic on. Okay, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
I just want to, vis-a-vis my comment earlier, I just want to make sure that in that assessment of how we'll achieve our climate goals, you are including that they should look at other city examples.
Staff are very experienced at how to do an assessment. I certainly would hope that they do look at other city examples, but also looking at the best available evidence that we have. The Toronto Environmental Alliance has already done a detailed report. We are in a time of change. We have to be in a time of change. There's also changes happening at the federal level. So what happened in the past in Australia won't necessarily be the same as what happens here, but I trust staff to do a thorough evaluation.
Because the numbers I was using were from 2022.
But we do need to have we need to be considering the climate emergency that this council has declared and the specific goals that we have in Transform TO, on which we are making such inadequate progress, and the consequences of that for every young person today.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I want to, first of all, thank the mayor for bringing this motion forward. I think this is really important leadership in the City of Toronto. For so long we heard in this chamber that there was a river of gravy flowing through all of the city's operations. And we know that that was a figment of the imagination. And I'm really happy to see the growing consensus that in fact Toronto does have this revenue problem, and that we need our mayor to say that very forcefully to the other orders of government. Since amalgamation, everything that is very expensive that's been downloaded to the City of Toronto has created enormous pressures: social services, housing. These are things that we need. We know that we need because in fact Toronto is now Canada's most unequal city. Yes, there's great wealth here, and we often hear that from people that live in other parts of the country. But along with that great wealth comes some of the highest rates of child poverty and income inequality. It surpasses any other city in Canada. So a city like this requires, of course, that we invest prudently. But I would say to my colleague, Councillor Holiday, around taxation, taxation is the way that we contribute to a society in which we take care of each other. To me, the economy is the place and the means in which we take care of each other. When we take care of each other, we don't pay for the unintended consequences of inequality: poverty, increased healthcare costs, policing costs, criminal justice costs. Those are incredibly expensive. So the investments that we make through the City of Toronto on the ground, like Councillor Carroll said, are truly important and essential. And I really want to highlight what the mayor said around being able to face those senior orders of government, the provincial and federal government, with the moral and political fortitude of having done the hard thing here. We have to dare to do the hard thing here so that we can get the deal that we deserve from the province and the federal government. On every issue, including homelessness, we have to be able to say that we're leading, and so that we get the support that we need around the things that matter most. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I want to thank the mayor, first of all, for moving this motion. It's an important motion. At the end of the day, I don't know if I'm actually going to be supporting the revenue tool option for a parking levy, but I think it goes beyond that. And it's in the summary of what the mayor mentioned and what this motion is about and where we are going as a city. And that first line, it says, "It is time for a new fiscal deal for cities." That's what this is all about. That's what the discussion needs to be. That's what the debate needs to be about. That's the work that the mayor and us are going to have to look at moving forward. I come from the side, if you want to call it the political side, of keeping property taxes, keeping taxes low. I understand where Councillor Holyday is coming from. We have agreed. I've been doing this for 12 years. I want to keep taxes low. That is what my community wants. That's what I want in my role as the budget chair. I continually look at that as an overarching goal to keep property taxes, to keep taxes as low as possible. We have been challenged this year. As I've said, this has been my most difficult budget in my role. And it comes out of the pandemic and the challenges we've had. It comes out of the fact that with the interest rates and the idea that we're going to be putting a property tax of 5.5 plus 1.5 onto our residents concerns me. I don't want to do that. When we're looking at, even my area, we talked about mechanical leaf collection. We're going to be having that debate next week. And it's going to be a difficult debate we're going to be having. But at the end of the day, it is really looking at that new deal that we need to be, new conversation we need to be having with the two levels of government. And when you look at it, this is just two examples. When you're looking at our responsibility to refugees, when people come into the city, we take them in and we pay for that cost. That's over $90 million cost. That's not our responsibility, it's the federal government. But year after year, we have to go to the federal government to pay for that. We shouldn't be doing that. That's why we need this new deal. When we're looking at supportive housing, this is, and this is a provincial responsibility, $48 million this year. Every year we have to go to the province saying, this is a joint responsibility between all three levels. We all have skin in the game. Here's the skin that you need to be putting in. But of course, every year we have to be fighting for that. We shouldn't have to be fighting for that. And that is why I support this motion. A couple years ago, actually 4 years ago, my colleague, Councillor Carroll, and I did a local TV show. And the premise was, on my side, keeping taxes low. I'm not going to change. I'm going to continue doing that. But she took me to New York. And I got a good sense of what it was like and what the taxation and the broader taxes and taxation ability that this large city had in the States. And, you know, the premise of the TV show was to debate this. I haven't changed. But what I saw was that when you're looking at one of the largest cities in United States, and when you're looking at us as the largest city in Canada and our importance to this country, we need to be looked at differently. And years past, I didn't really recognize the importance of that. I do now. And I think when we're looking at, as I said, when we get these revenue tools in, many of them I will not be supporting. As Councillor Carroll said, they're small. They really, when you look at it, the parking levy, when you really look at the amount of money we're going to be coming in with the challenges we have with implementing it, probably doesn't make sense. But it's that conversation we need to be having with the other two levels. If the one lesson we can, and this is a lesson, I wouldn't say lesson, but I've come to the point realizing that conversation needs to happen. And we need to figure out that. We probably have the best person, Ms. Baer, we have to have that conversation. We saw that over the pandemic and that relationship that he has built with the other two levels. We need to now look at that and move forward. So when we're looking at balancing our budget, as I said, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be difficult. But to look at us where we're going to be in 2, 3, 5, 10 years, it's going to be redefining that relationship. And that's really what this motion is all about. I'm looking forward to the report coming back so we can have that conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when you drive from Fort Erie to Toronto, you pass dozens of different municipalities, towns, villages, cities. And all along the way, along the QEW, it is provincially financed, provincially supported. As soon as you hit the 427 and the Toronto municipal boundary, that exact same highway becomes a municipal road. And we are on the hook for tens of millions of dollars every year to maintain the Gardiner Expressway. You know, we tried to fix that problem a few years ago, where we finally got the number of votes in this council chamber to put road tolls on, to make sure that road was safe, durable, to make sure everyone from the region was able to use it to get to work, home from work, or to school, to shopping, whatever they had to do. We got the vote on the promise from the provincial government that they would allow us to implement tolls. Well, we all know what happened. They reneged on that promise, and we were unable to do it. Yes, so Councillor Thompson makes a good point. In the initial decision to declare the DVP and the Gardiner municipal roads, that was one stripe of government. The one to reject the tolls was another stripe of government. So in both cases, this city was deeply punished by the politicization of our road network. You know, at the same time, when we look back to the early 2000s, Canada generously had about 250,000 newcomers come to our country. And I say so that it's a wonderful thing about our country because I'm familiar with the history of the SSA St. Louis that came to our shores on May the 15th, 1939, with 930 refugees fleeing Nazi Germany. And most of the people on that boat were Jewish. And the response of our federal government at the time, they sent them back to the death camps, and most of them perished. So we have that history, and welcoming people from around the world is part of our culture. But at the same time, we have bumped that number up from 252,000 to about 465,000 anticipated for this year. Yet we totally lack the infrastructure to do the job properly. We lack the resources at the federal government to process the paperwork to give people status so they can work. We lack the housing infrastructure to make sure people have a dignified place to live while they're waiting for their status. And we lack the social services. And these are all federal responsibilities. And if you have any doubt, you should read the Constitution. Yet we are on the hook for doing that. And we do so gladly, but at the same time, we have to give something up when we take on the responsibilities of the other levels of government. I would also add that at the same time that we're negotiating with the federal government to help us out with pandemic-related expenses, which they promised to do, and they're very reluctant to help us out. And they're telling us the cupboard is bare, things are too tight, you'll have to wait. During those same discussions, they announced they bought 88 F-35 fighter jets at a cost of $19 billion Canadian. Now, I realize we have our NATO commitments, but I don't think the cupboard was bare for those military purchases. At the end of the day, our financial situation will not be determined in this council chamber. It'll be determined by a national conversation, a new deal for cities. And actually, former Prime Minister Paul Martin was on that road where he understood that 80% of Canadians were living in cities, and that's where the money had to go. And unfortunately, we didn't follow the American experience, who in the 1930s, under FDR, understood the role of cities in the future of nation building in the United States. And they poured tons of money into housing, into transit, not all of it with the best of outcomes, but at least they understood the future of cities in North America, and we failed to do so. Federal government tries to help out cities. The provinces jump in and say, no, run the money through us. And that's the way our federal system has worked. It can change. It can change when the political reality is recognized both in Ottawa and in provincial capitals and in a national conversation, where we understand that 80% of Canadians are in cities and that those cities need the support of our national government. Finally, in conclusion, I would say I'm going to support the mayor's motion to look into the parking levy and other revenue tools. At the end of the day, I don't think that's going to solve our problems, and a national conversation is needed. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the end of our speakers list. Yeah. Okay, if we can have the motions on the screen. Okay, motion one by Counselor Cole. Did I hear recorded vote? Oh. Okay. Counselor Cole's motion on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carry. Counselor Perks, you need to be at your desk to vote. No, I know. Counselor Fletcher, Counselor Burnside. Counselor Fletcher, please. Thank you. Motion two by Counselor Sachs. On favor?
Ring the bells.
Counselor, hold on, please. Can I please have quiet? It's hard for me to hear members of council. So Counselor Holliday, what is it that you wanted? Go ahead.
I'd just like to ask for a recorded vote. It's a serious item.
On this item?
Yes,
Oh, I thought the one before you said you didn't need to.
and on the item as amended.
Okay, so on this item, recorded vote. Yes, motion two by Counselor Sachs, recorded vote. It's on the screen. Well, everybody else sees it. I'm not the one that puts it on the screen, Counselor Cole. Okay, has everybody looked at the screen for the motion so you know what you're voting on? Sorry. Okay, please. Quiet. Well, I'm sorry, you can dream on it tonight. Okay, please, members, it's hard for us to do a recorded vote and have the staff focus when everyone's talking at the same time. Please, we're in the middle of a vote.
Counselor Burnside, may we please have your vote? Affirmative, thank you. And Counselor Crisanti, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Motion two carries. The vote is 23-3.
You voted against Counselor Sachs's motion.
It doesn't matter, but I voted the wrong way in the last one.
Okay. Okay, does everybody just want to take a break now, or do we want to finish this vote? Okay, please, let's just try to get through this. Okay, let's put the next motion on the screen. Okay. Item is amended, recorded vote.
The item is amended carries. The vote is 25-1.
I know we're just about out of time, but I have a motion concerning timing, actually, of the next item that we would deal
Okay,
with.
just 1 sec. Councillor Perruzza, please. Okay, Mayor Tory.
Just on account of one council member who wants to be here, and on account as well of the fact there's some additional work being done on this file, I would move and ask for the concurrence of council in moving the Cafe TO item from the executive committee to be timed to be heard at, to be dealt with at 4 o'clock this afternoon, if that's okay.
Okay,
It's my
so-
second key item.
So the mayor's moving the motion that Cafe TO be dealt with at 4 o'clock today. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, members will recess for lunch till 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay. This meeting is now resumed. Councillor Bradford, can you please take your seat? Thank you. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, we have a presentation this afternoon in memory of the late Hazel McCallion, former mayor of Mississauga. I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to speak.
There we are. Good afternoon. And I thought it was appropriate that we should, as a council here, take the time to just remember Hazel McCallion for a few moments and to say a few words in her honor. She was, I think for a number of us here, a friend. She certainly was somebody that served in public office alongside us and for a lot longer than most of us could ever contemplate. She was, I think, one of the most iconic figures in Canadian history. And I'm, for one, very happy that she was an iconic figure in the field of municipal government because, she was a champion for local government. And I think nowadays, a lot of people are coming to the realization, especially in the wake of the pandemic, as we discussed this morning, that local government is, where so much happens, that is of so much importance in terms of supporting people, that the respect that she always felt and fought for it to have was something that was extraordinarily important for all of us. It's hard to imagine the record that she compiled, serving for 12 terms as mayor of Mississauga. And I'd known her for a long time because she and Premier Bill Davis, of course, who was my political mentor and for whom I worked, had sort of a legendary thing going on that he would claim to have invented her because he forced the amalgamation of all those towns, including Streetsville, into Mississauga, which was a very hostile act at the time. And Hazel basically won election as mayor on the basis that she thought this amalgamation was wrong and she tried to make a best of a bad situation. And then she, of course, cemented herself through strong leadership in that office for 36 years. There could be lots of comments made about the nature of Mississauga, but the fact is that it grew from being what was a relatively small city to being one of the largest cities in Canada. And I think a lot of that was her determination, it was her vision, it was her great commitment to partnerships and relationships that she had. She had tremendous relationships with the other governments that came and went. I mean, she would tell it the way it was, and she would, be your friend on Monday and not your friend on Tuesday if you weren't working with her. And it's not to say she was in any way unreliable, but she was just a person who didn't hesitate to speak the truth, especially to power, and to hold the governments that she was dealing with to account for their decisions. You always knew where you stood with her. She was to me a friend. Of course, I had lots to do with her in many different guises over time, but I did have the privilege, which was especially moving, to be able to visit with her in the final weeks of her life. And she didn't make a big thing of this, but she knew she was ill. I, in fact, visited with her the last day that she was conscious. And I will tell you that far from a person who might have reflected the kind of illness that she was clearly experiencing, she was as feisty as ever. She talked to me in that last conversation about things that she passionately believed in that relate to our mandate, I think, here, which was that she was a huge believer in the power and importance of the GTA, not just Mississauga, not just Toronto, but the region. And it's one of the reasons that we've carried forward with these meetings we have of the mayors and chairs, because I think it's true to say that, given the importance of this region to the country, and given the similarity in the issues that we face in the other GTA communities, whichever they are, you name an issue, we all face it together. I think that there is strength in numbers, and she believed passionately in that. She believed as part of that it was very important that Toronto should have, regardless of who it was from time to time, a strong mayor. And she said that, if Toronto has a strong mayor, that's going to help the GTA to stand on its feet because this is the biggest, municipality in the region. But what she believed in more than anything else was local government. She believed in local government, and she believed in it, I think, long before it became as well known as it is today, that if you look at who actually delivers the services that support people and that actually, give people what they need, more often than not, in fact, almost all the time, if we think about it, it's local government. And she believed very strongly in that. You didn't always agree with her, and she didn't always agree with you. Even in that last conversation, I will tell you, we had one issue we discussed we disagreed on, and she corrected me 2 or 3 times, as she would, on facts from stories 25 years ago that I was clearly mistaken in my facts on. And this was just how feisty she was. And she gave me at that last meeting, actually, typical again of her, a bobblehead that she had in a recent shipment, I guess, of these bobbleheads that had her at age 101 in a red sports car with her head going like this. And she was, I guess she was proudly giving these out, but I thought to myself, how appropriate to have a red bobblehead and have a bobblehead in a red sports car as being something that she was doing still at age 100. I think for us, I mean, I think we should not forget the fact that she was a fierce advocate for this region and for cities and for local government. And I think, you know, not always, not every day, but I think it helped us here. And I say us in the sense of us and our predecessors to have her in that role. I don't know anybody else who had the sort of kind of tenacity and willpower and stamina to carry on doing that, and she was still carrying on with her activities. We discussed in that last conversation that she was still on the board of the GTAA, the airport, and I'm told that when she was there, she was making a meaningful contribution, because she was. I mean, she was just still as sharp as a tack. And then, you know, she also, of course, was great at bringing together things that you'd want to do in a city like this to her city, whether it was a university campus or a hospital renewal or any of those kinds of things. So I will just say that it's hard to know what to do, and maybe over time we'll do something else that's more long-term. We can just discuss that as a council to honor her memory, because I think she was a very important figure to people who live in the city of Toronto, not just to people who live in the city of Mississauga. What we will do in her memory on what would have been her 102nd birthday and the day of her funeral is we will lower all the flags on our official flagpoles here in the city of Toronto and at all the civic centers, and fly them at half-mast on the date of her state funeral. And I hope that you will also, and this is, you know, to our convenience as well, but it's another way of honoring her, because I think there were a number of members, I know there were a number of members who said they wanted to go to her funeral on Valentine's Day, her 102nd birthday. So we would have a motion that's in front of you to move the budget meeting by one day to the 15th of February. And that's a further way, I guess, out of respect for her, to allow people to attend her funeral. So today, I hope we can just take a moment to remember the historic market that the woman who became known as Hurricane Hazel left on so many. And I would ask that we might just bow our heads stand and bow our heads for a moment of silence in honor of someone who served the public well, and who was a friend, I believe, of this, and I know of the city of Toronto, Hazel McCallion. Thank you. Mike Cole is not just yet with us, but I think what he said this morning was entirely appropriate with respect to the earthquake that has devastated. And I will just say a few words and then ask once again that we would rise and have a moment of silence in memory of the people and in support of the people who live, but in memory of those who've died. I don't know how many of you have had the experience that I've had twice of going to a place in the world following a major earthquake. I went to Pakistan and traveled around that country in the wake of the earthquake that took place there. I guess it must be now more than 10 years ago. And I went to Haiti 1 year after the earthquake. And if you haven't seen it, in the advent of a major earthquake, it is the most unbelievable scene of devastation you could ever imagine. I mean, it's beyond comprehension. You know, buildings that stood, whether they were hospitals or schools or people's homes or you know, anything, are just reduced to a pile of rubble. You know, there are people inside those piles of rubble that were there when the buildings came down. The human devastation that impacts on the people who lived is massive, both because they lost friends and loved ones, because they had to experience the trauma of having these buildings collapse and all that going on around them, and the aftermath, where certainly I remember in Haiti there was an immense outbreak of cholera, and there was all of that going on, because basically what had happened, and it's a great lesson in terms of the importance of infrastructure, this human infrastructure and physical infrastructure, that the whole support system that allows human beings to live in health and so on is just gone. In a moment of terror that lasts, and they said this one was a long earthquake that lasted something like 47 seconds, but then there's all the aftershocks. And so when you see that in Syria and in Turkey and Syria, that so far there have been 6,000 deaths confirmed in just about a day, that there are 380,000 people that have had to seek shelter. I mean, these are inconceivable kinds of numbers. I guess if there's any glimmer of hope out of all this. 8,000 people have been rescued from the debris. And of course, we know very well that we have very well-established and very contributing and wonderful Syrian and Turkish communities here in the city of Toronto. The Syrian, people who are of Syrian birth, of course, were added to in number greatly by the Syrian refugee influx to Toronto, which was one of the great blessings that ever happened to us. And so if you just think about those thousands of people alone who came here during that situation, you know of the size and the experience of the Syrian community, those people having experienced their own trauma. And the Turkish community, of course, I think probably is known to many of us in terms of they're just the most pleasant and positive people, and are people who I think we've all probably encountered, and who, again, are making wonderful residents of the city of Toronto. And so I hope it's hard, because it is hard for us to imagine what they're going through. I hope that we will, have them in our thoughts and prayers as we go forward, and as I'm sure worse days, in fact, will come as they discover more and more people who have been casualties. But that for today we will, and I have done on your behalf this with through the formal channels, but I hope that we will just rise for a moment and show our respect and sadness at this event, this natural event that occurred on behalf of the people of the city of Toronto. Thank you. Now, I see, Speaker, I see Councillor Cole there. I did what was the proper thing, as you pointed out this morning, to do, and I don't know whether you had anything to add. I tried my best to say what I thought you would have said if you'd said, I think we've done what was the appropriate thing to do. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Before we start, I would just like to say a few words about Hazel, just a couple words. So Hazel was a trailblazer for women in politics, and I truly admired her. And I had the privilege of working with her when I was the former mayor of York. We attended the GTA mayors meetings that we held, and the last meeting was held just prior to amalgamation, and we were able to host it in my ward, which is the former Kodak building at Eglinton and Black Creek, and now it's the Metrolinx Transit Hub that's at the location. But one thing I'll never forget that Hazel said to me the first time she met me is, finally, we have a mayor that's shorter than I am. Like, it was just... So I think I was a couple of inches shorter than Hazel, but she will be truly missed. I just wanted to make that comment. And we went ice fishing as well during one of our meetings as well. She enjoyed ice fishing. So members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. So if we can put the first motion on the screen. Councillor Crawford? Okay, just one sec. Okay, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, I think this has to do with the vehicle
We can't hear you.
Sorry, the vacant home tax. It's urgent because the matter is, the vacant home tax is being looked at right now.
You're right, and I haven't.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Carroll? You're the seconder on this motion. If you can move, it's on the screen.
Oh, yes.
On behalf of Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah. Do you want to turn my microphone
Yes, sorry.
On Councillor Fletcher's behalf, the reason for urgency is the motion is urgent as the Toronto Local Appeal Body has scheduled 2 more hearing days for this matter, March 30th and March 31st, and the City Council deadline of March 9th to submit any additional disclosures in response to the applicant's noise mitigation plan.
Thank you. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Mantis?
He was in his office a minute ago.
He's not here. Who's the
He was
seconder?
logged on in his office.
Oh, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, can you move this on behalf of Councillor Mantis? Okay. There you go.
That's on behalf of Councillor Mantis, I'm happy to move 3051 to 3079 Pharmacy Avenue minor adjustments to zoning bylaws.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Pasternak. There it is on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Casting a wider net, updating and eligibility requirements for property tax, water, and solid waste relief programs. The motion is urgent because the approval of a new tax increase is imminent next week, and we've got to make sure that these relief programs are reformed and in place by their opening next summer.
Okay, thank you. On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Matlow.
I move 68 Alcorn, request for city solicitor to appeal and attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. The reason for urgency is because the Planning Act imposes a statutory deadline to appeal committee decision, and the city solicitor requires instructions to appeal and attend the hearing.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Is there any more? Okay, thank you. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal, CMP. Item HL 1.6, the general manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration has submitted a supplementary report for information. The clerk staff have also emailed members and their staff to advise that these materials are available. Are there any release of holds? At this time, the clerk will open the speakers list on CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have release of holds. No? Okay. Members, before the recess, council voted to time the mayor's second key matter to 4 p.m. today. We will now consider item EC 1.5, COVID-19 Shelter Transition and Relocation Plan Update 2023, which had been timed as the first item following the mayor's key matters. Now, Councillor Fletcher did hold the item down, but she advised me that she would like to withhold, remove her hold, and we can continue with the item. So do we have any questions to staff? EC 1.5. Okay, Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think these questions are answerable because I think most of them have been answered throughout the budget process recently, but I think it bears refreshing our memories while we're looking at the life of the hotel program. Combined permanent shelters and the hotel program, how many shelter beds do we currently have in our system?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we currently have 9,000 shelter beds. That does include the 23 shelter hotel programs that we're operating.
So we talk a lot about our warming centers on a night of bad weather, but in total, how many people are we sheltering on a night of bad weather?
You know, this past weekend, through the speaker to you, Councillor, in the range of about 9,400 people on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with our warming centers and extra space we added to the shelter system.
Okay, that sometimes gets missed in the dialogue over a part of our system. I'm trying to get back to sort of where we were, because we were struggling before COVID even. So I was trying to decide whether to go back to 2018 or really even back to 2014 when the housing crisis began. And I'm wondering if you have numbers handy that go all the way back to 2014. I'm trying to get at how much has SHA's budget increased if we go all the way back to 2014? How much has our spending increased during that time, during the time that we've really identified we're in housing crisis?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I don't have the 2014 numbers. I can tell you since 2016, I mean, the shelter system itself was operating at about 4,000 beds in 2016, now at 9,000. I can tell you that in 2018, the gross expenditures on shelter were $293 million, and we've just submitted a 2023 budget at $707 million.
707 million. So from 2016 to now, and that's fair, I think, because it goes back before the pandemic began by a few years there. So we've gone from about 250 million to 700 million in that amount of time. Okay, and currently, how many drop-in programs do we have right now, and how many of those are receiving funds from us in whatever form?
Yes, so through the speaker to you, Councillor, we have daytime drop-ins, of which there are 24 that receive city funding. And we have 2 24-hour women's drop-ins that receive city funding. And then we have a number of respite programs that are low-barrier shelter programs for individuals that receive funding as well.
Okay, and we're continuing to do that sheltering. So we have a policy objective to create housing. We don't want to be sheltering people forever. We want to create housing. But what did the policy objective call for? Slashing shelters so that we could create that housing, or are we trying to do both at the same time?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you know, as we continue to work closely with Abby and her team at the Housing Secretariat, we continue to add shelter capacity. I think the report before Council identifies that although these shelter hotels were temporary, we cannot afford to move out of them quickly. We need a runway that allows us to do this in a thoughtful and you know, slow way so that we can ensure that people have the support they need as they leave these programs.
Okay, and the last is, I hope I'm not putting Ms. Bond on the spot. The last is, while we are running this big emergency program, the housing budget, I'm trying to decide trying to determine how separate it is. The housing budget, in my understanding, is built on what you have the capacity to do this year, what funding programs are coming from other orders of government. Are you being tasked with building your budget on those bases, or is it on those bases plus, oh, by the way, we're spending more on shelters, so you can't have that money?
Through the speaker, we're very much building our budget around housing TO, the plan, the aim to deliver 40,000 new units, and as much as possible ensuring that there is matching funding with what the city is investing and what is coming from other levels of government. So we've built out a capital plan which has substantive city investment to underpin that 40,000. But on top of that, our operating budget this year has increased, for example, because we're anticipating federal money from the Rapid Housing Initiative.
Excellent. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. My first question I wanted to ask around, we know there's people sheltering in TTC libraries. I wanted to ask staff about providing, there's been talk about dedicated walk-in access 24-hour space for unsheltered homeless people. Would that be more appropriate than, transit library and healthcare workers that are working outside their job descriptions and skill sets?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the speaker to you. Certainly, we understand that there are a number of people that are seeking shelter and respite from the cold in the TTC, and we are working closely with the TTC to try and connect those individuals with staff and with supports. We have continued to increase shelter bed access and programs over the course of this winter. We started in October with 8,200 beds, and as I mentioned, we're currently running at 9,000 shelter beds.
Okay, and then understanding, so there was data that was recently released from Unity Health that said 72% of all hypothermia cases occur at temperatures above minus 15 degrees Celsius. Would you agree that a threshold of minus 15 degrees to instigate the opening of warming centers is in need of review by medical professionals?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I would agree that the policy should be up for review, and in fact, that's a motion that's come from this committee asking us to report back to Economic Community Development in April of this year to update the thresholds after consulting with health professionals. I would add that although the medical officer of health calls an extreme cold weather alert at minus 15, our warming centers are open at other times during inclement winter weather, about double the time that there's been a cold weather alert last year as an example.
Okay, and do you know how many unsheltered people, meaning people sleeping outdoors, there are in Toronto currently?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I don't have a number to provide to you. The last data that we have is from our street needs assessment conducted in 2021. And at that time, the number was in the range of just under 800 people.
Okay, and one of the articles I most recently read about New York City and how they're dealing with their homeless population and people that are unsheltered sleeping on the streets, it mentioned that staff, they had an app that they used on a phone. So they weren't repeatedly asking people, they were sleeping outdoors, the same questions all the time, and they had a better idea of tracking their homeless population in New York City. Do we do anything like that?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'm not familiar with that app. Certainly during the intake process of people coming into the shelter system, there's an intake that gathers some basic information from individuals, but happy to take a look at what they're doing in New York City to understand more about it.
Okay, I'm more than happy to send you a link to that. I did want to ask about, so Shelter Housing and Support expanded the shelter capacity by 432 spaces, including 237 spaces in shelter common rooms this past weekend. I'm curious whether this could have been done in early December. Unfortunately, somebody froze to death in Etobicoke. But more importantly, can those 230 spaces remain in place as drop-in warming space until April 15th?
Thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. So these beds are what we would call, alternate space in our shelters. They are in dining rooms, they're in programming space and other spaces, and we have activated them throughout this winter during cold weather and during times when, this past weekend as an example, to bring more people inside. We'll continue to utilize them as we continue throughout the winter. And so the only drawback to that is that does take away the program space in the shelters. But I'd say we have amazing community partners that have really stretched the system over the course of the last week to bring more people inside.
Okay, and then my last question through you, Madam Speaker, to the staff. So SHA lets its community partners who work with homeless people know when warming centers are open or closed. How do they let the people that use those services know that they're open? Is it just by word of mouth or?
Yeah, so through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, traditionally, we've communicated this out to our community partners and through an email listserv that goes out to, as many people as want to be on it. So by that fact, it is word of mouth through the daytime drop-ins, so other outreach agencies and other social and health supportive agencies that can spread the word to let people know that the warming centers are open.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. I think my time's up.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to Mr. Tanner. Sorry, did I catch the correct number that we've gone from 8,200 shelter beds to 9,800 shelter beds this year?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, 8,200 as of October 1st to 9,000 currently.
Okay. Are you able to say where the uptick in demand has come from?
We're seeing a few things. I mean, first off, I would say that we've seen a large number of refugee claimants arriving in the city again since the international borders are open, and there are a lot of people on the move throughout the world due to geopolitical events. We welcome those individuals. At the same time, we are in close contact with our federal government at IRCC to ask them to step up to the plate and assist us in providing this response and paying for it.
Up to this point, have they?
They have not paid any of the submitted costs to the tune of $76 million in 2022. We're hopeful that we will see some money very soon based on our conversations, but it's a challenge getting the money after the fact, after the money's been allocated. It doesn't allow us to plan proactively and potentially put into effect more cost-effective responses to this situation.
And also finding the spaces would be helpful if they actually found the spaces.
That would be helpful.
Correct. I heard on the news the last couple of days that and there's an interview with a reporter out of New York City, that the city of New York is actually busing people to the border at Quebec, and then they're making their way to Toronto. Is there any truth to that?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I can't comment on that.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, how many refugees are currently in the shelter system?
Out
of the total?
Yeah, we're currently sheltering about 2,750.
So what about 25%?
Just short of 30%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of questions that Councillor Burnside was asking. Now, he talked about busing from the United States to Quebec. I can only assume that it's also from the United States to Toronto. But what about stories that are circulating where municipalities are putting newcomers or various claimants on buses to Toronto as a way of relieving pressure on their shelters?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
You haven't heard that at all?
No.
So why do councillors keep hearing that and you haven't heard that?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'm not sure.
So it's tough. You're right. You mentioned that it's tough to get back money owed by the federal government. Are we waiting for an annual accumulation of funds owed and then we try and chase them for it, or are we trying to get it on a quarterly basis or semi-annual basis, or is there a better way of doing it?
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly, we have asked to increase the frequency of the payments that we're receiving from the federal government to offset the costs that we are investing in this response. And so, yes, going forward, I believe that that's our aim, is to get a more timely, payback of the funds owed for these services.
Yeah, it might be easier to get the money on an installment plan rather than let it accumulate to close to 100 million. I'm just thinking of how people pay for things.
Sure, through the speaker to you, Councillor. So the outstanding amount right now is $76 million. And, I would say it's been difficult at times to get the attention of the federal government on this issue and to understand the importance of having cash in hand to pay for these services in real time.
So when it comes to newcomers, until they have status, until they're processed through the system, they have no funding source. They cannot work. There's no social assistance. Is there anything to support them other than our shelter system?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, so we're talking specifically here about refugee claimants, individuals that would arrive at our border and claim a refugee status in Canada. So once they have made a claim, they are eligible to receive a work permit and social assistance. Our goal is, while they're in the shelter system, is to work with them as quickly as possible to get into housing. Sometimes the time it takes to have a hearing is upwards of 2 years or more.
So part of our problem is not just the volume of people in our shelters, but the length of stay.
I would say, through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly the length of stay for everyone using the shelter system is too long. If we could shorten that stay and get more people into housing with the supports they need, we would be moving many more people through the shelter system, and more capacity would be available.
So streets to homes. What is the staffing model for that? Is that a fairly resourced service, or is it constantly underfunded? Or
through the speaker to you, Councillor, it's a funded service that goes back to 2005. It's a mixed service delivery model with city staff and community partners outside of the core, including an Indigenous specific service and a multidisciplinary service. The total funding for the program has increased marginally over the years, is about $11 million per year, and it's a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week program.
Would you say that when it comes to the homeless, it's more a healthcare issue than a housing issue?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, fundamentally, I think this is a housing issue. At the same time, what I'd say is many people who do experience homelessness do have health issues, whether they're physical health issues, chronic health issues, mental health issues, or substance use issues. Not all people who are homeless, but certainly the people that experience homelessness, are at greater risk for a number of health issues and poor health outcomes. I would also say that our healthcare system has more to do in terms of supporting people's needs who are homeless, whether that is supporting people with high needs that need to move into long-term care, whether it's supporting people with more crisis beds, more withdrawal management beds, or treatment options. Those issues lie within the healthcare realm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Morley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a couple clarifying questions for the Director of SSHA. You mentioned about our current capacity of 9,000 shelter beds, and we've just been talking about crisis beds specifically, and some of those being housed in areas that are maybe not ideal and taking up other space. What percentage of that 9,000, and so I guess two questions. are those additional beds that are being located in additional areas of shelters considered crisis beds, or are those part of the regular complement of beds?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so we have 9,000 shelter beds that serve the needs of youth, men, women, couples, seniors, members of the 2S LGBT community, Indigenous individuals, and they're all mostly focused on providing emergency shelters. Some programs have an expertise in a variety of different issues. The crisis beds I was referring to are funded solely by the healthcare system and would operate with community mental health organizations or mental health organizations, the likes of Go to Health or Gerstein Center or others.
So those specific crisis beds are in addition to the 9,000?
That's right, sorry,
9,000
yes.
would be the base, right? That's helpful, thank you. I think I had a second question, but it is standard of, I guess, these spaces. I did see a report recently, since we're talking about reports, on the news that unfortunately in 2022, I think stated that more folks died within the shelter system than actually died on the streets, unhoused folks on the streets of Toronto. So I just wondered if you could comment about the state of the shelter service at this moment, specifically the quality of care that unhoused individuals are receiving and support within the spaces currently.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. You know, tragically in 2022, 110 individuals passed away within the shelter system or who had beds in the shelter system at the time that they passed away. This is overwhelming and a tremendous loss for community and for the individuals and their families. Unfortunately, it's not a new thing, although we've seen the number of deaths increase significantly during the course of the pandemic in the shelter system. The quality of service in the shelter system is something we're working on. I would say currently there's not a consistent approach across all of the 100 different shelters that we operate in the city. Part of our proposed 2023 budget is to start a multi-year investment in our community partners to increase both the quality of care, the number of wraparound supports available, and to make it a more consistent playing field with respect to where you might access shelter in the city of Toronto.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Councillor Bravo. Thank you, Chair. To the General Manager of Shelter Support and Housing. I just wanted to ask how many people in the shelters that were decommissioned, how many found permanent housing?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, of the shelters that closed in 2022, a total of 124 individuals moved directly into housing.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Of the shelter programs, as part of our temporary shelter programs that are detailed in the report, 124 moved into housing directly as those hotel programs were closing.
Out of how many, sorry?
That would be out of a total of approximately 800 people.
Okay, so where did the majority transition to?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the majority were moving back into other shelter programs in the system.
So the decommissioning put pressure on other aspects of the shelter system, is that right?
Within the last year, I mean, one of the mechanisms that we put in place was to reduce some of the bed spacing that had been implementing during the height of COVID-19. And as per changing guidance with the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, that allowed us to create about 500 different spaces in the shelter system. Those were helpful, as were new programs that we opened throughout the year to assist the number of refugee claimants that were arriving. But both those things were helpful.
I'll go back to the refugee question in a minute, but So out of about 800, 100 and some were found permanent housing. There was an increase, therefore pressure. If the new capacity was 500, there's a bit of a gap there. So what impact does that have on the likelihood that people who are already experiencing homelessness are able to find a place to get inside?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly the shelter system is very busy right now, and staff work very closely with the providers that are operating some of the shelter hotels that are closing to develop the best transition plan we can for the individuals in those programs.
You've talked about refugees coming, and my colleague talked about whether this is a health issue. I just wanted you to, do you agree with the medical doctors that have come and told us that in fact becoming homeless is a contributor to becoming more ill on the street?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes.
Okay. And then I just wanted to pick up on I know that we're going to talk about the other item around warming centers, but this question is about people sheltering on transit. We know that we've seen a big police deployment onto transit, and some of the images I think everyone here have seen is that the removal of people who are sleeping on or are finding warmth and shelter in a transit system. When police are removing people who have nowhere else to go, what happens there? How are they, where are the referrals? Where do they end up? On our transit rides in the morning, we see people every day who really don't have anywhere else to go. So where are they supposed to go once the police remove them?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so I'm not here to speak on behalf of the TTC or those practices, and what I can tell you is that our Streets to Homes team and a number of city staff have been meeting with the TTC to develop a people-centered approach to supporting people that are sheltering there, and to do our best to connect them to service.
So we're funding police who are removing people from transit, who are sheltering there, and they're connecting with you to put more pressure on a shelter system that we know is already over capacity. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, just want to thank everyone who does work in the shelter space, because it is a very challenging portfolio, and just thanking you because I know a lot of people are working late hours to respond to all the emergencies. I have a question about the 9,000 beds. How many of the refugees in the current shelter system are in refugee-only sites, and how many are in mixed sites?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'd have to make an estimate, but I'd suggest that we probably have almost 2,000 individuals in refugee-specific programs, and there are about 700 that are in non-refugee-specific programs, if you will.
And when I talk to people who are working in shelters at the scale that we're currently running shelters, which some of them are over 200 or 300 people, there is a sense that people who are living in these shelters have a loss of dignity in how they are being treated. What would you say could be done to address this loss of dignity to those experiencing homelessness in our current shelter system?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. We took a number of measures during the COVID-19 pandemic that really put the shelter system upside down, if you will. Our guidelines and approach to opening new shelters before the pandemic were based on shelter guidelines developed in consultation with many community partners, and would open a shelter in the range of between 60 and 80 beds in total. The shelter design would provide ample programming space, a mixture of rooms. They weren't all single rooms, but a mixture of single, double, and quad rooms for individuals. And they were built to be places or centers of opportunity or an asset to a community. Some of the shelters we have currently that we've opened throughout the pandemic are much larger than that.
So this morning, we heard Pinball say, love for the people we serve is greater than the power we have to bring change. And on the scale of these shelters, and when I see, and on a personal visit, I've seen, people are all wearing face shields and masks, and outreach workers are sitting behind plexiglass. Do you think that this is a setup that helps us to love our people, to get them to a better place?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, these are measures that are still in place to protect individuals from the spread of COVID-19.
I wonder if protecting them from loneliness is more important than protecting them from COVID-19. Is there a cost calculation of how much we spend per person in the shelter system right now?
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor, pre-pandemic, the average per diem would have been about $110 per day in the shelter system. Now that per diem is in the range of about $250 per day. But the costs that we invest in the shelter system are related to shelter only. There are costs related to the emergency department use, the use of emergency services, and the cost to individuals who experience homelessness that's not financial in nature.
So the $250 per day that is calculated, does that include the extra staffing in libraries, the policing, the different kinds of extra services that are being created outside of the shelter system to support this group of our neighbors?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no.
Is there a potential to calculate that cost so that we can see what this cost is of our current measures to our city in comparison to other measures that we might choose to invest those dollars?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, there's literature out there that has put together the cost of homelessness by calculating the costs of those services that you list. I'd be happy to take a look at that and provide it to you.
That would be great, thank you. And my last question is, we know that there are 130 youth in a hotel right now. The lease is running out in April. What is the plan to help those young people, especially some of them were from the shelter that was in my ward, that now that building is vacant for an undetermined period of time until we have money to fix it?
Yes, thanks, Councillor, and through the speaker to you. So, we're working closely with the organizations, and there's 4 in total that provide the youth programs at the shelter hotel that you mentioned, to ensure that there's a transition plan in place for them. I would say currently we are looking for an additional shelter for refugee claimants to assist in moving some of those individuals out of the base shelter system and into a specifically, funded and purpose-run program for them that will create some capacity. And further, we're working closely with Abby and her team on some of the housing opportunities that will develop over the course of this year. But more planning is happening with those youth organizations to ensure we have an appropriate response for the closure of that program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question's to staff. What role do you feel that the provincial and the federal governments have in housing and ending homelessness?
I mean, for me, I can speak, and then Abby probably on the housing side. I'm not sure who the question's for, Deputy Mayor. But the role of the federal government and the provincial government is key to a municipality like Toronto, the largest in Canada, to provide both capital at the federal level and support for our programs that support individuals experiencing homelessness, and at the provincial level, both for running our shelters, actually, but also for the supports that are badly needed for the housing that we're building. And if I could add, you know, as one of the motions added at committee was really a strategy, right? Pulling a variety of systems together to work together to ensure that people don't end up in homelessness in the first place. And a strategy at the provincial level is badly needed.
Okay. Does the province require that municipalities build shelters when they give funding? So are other municipalities required to build shelters in Ontario?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, I'd say that, you know, shelter provision is a discretionary service of the municipality, so that I don't believe that there's a mandatory precedent in place for municipalities to build shelters.
A discretionary service, okay. To your knowledge, is there a regional approach that's been adopted to address homelessness?
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. So, you know, before the pandemic, we worked on a regional strategy with GTHA partners to help assist in the settlement of refugee claimants that are arriving, and we're looking to replicate that again now. But it's a great question with respect to homelessness and a regional approach. It's something that, you know, we're in touch with our regional partners, but also gets back to that provincial strategy. You know, there are communities right across the province that are very challenged with this issue right now. And I think working together makes a lot of sense.
So that provincial strategy is lacking, it sounds like.
That's right.
Okay. For the CFO, have we received last year's funding from the federal government for refugee supportive house or refugee shelters, and have we received the funding for supportive housing from the provincial government?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, with regards to the refugee funding for 2022 remains outstanding. However, we did get a commitment for the 2022 supportive housing funding from the province.
Okay. And for 2023, we've not heard around either.
Through you, Madam Speaker, correct, Councillor. We are, Deputy Mayor, sorry.
That's okay.
We are still awaiting commitments and approvals for 2023's funding.
Okay. To the General Manager of SSHA, knowing that we have not received funding from the province or the federal government, that there's no regional approach, and that there's no requirement for neighboring municipalities to build shelters, do you believe that the provincial and the federal government are doing everything that they can to support the GTA to end homelessness?
Through the Speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, no, I don't believe they are.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Mr. Tanner. Sorry to make you jump up and down. We receive reports from time to time that people phone the shelter intake number and are told that a bed is not available for them. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, that is correct. On occasion, people call central intake, and there's not a bed available for them when they call.
Okay. And pick a period, say over this winter or in the last 2 months, how many times has that happened?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, so, you know, the average last summer was down in the 10s or 20s. It peaked at an average of about 186 in November. It's come down a little bit from there since we've opened some of our winter beds, but that still happens.
So the 186 in November, that'd be what, like 5 or 6 people a night unable to get shelter, or does it come in bigger waves?
Through the speaker, Councillor, I'm not sure I understand your question. In November, there was an average of 186 people that were unmatched to a shelter bed at the end of a 24-hour period.
An average each night?
Yes.
Ah, okay, thank you. So, the report in front of us talks about potentially closing 5 shelter hotels, but it also says that in the event that circumstances change, you would have the discretion to come back to council and make different recommendations. Have I understood that properly?
Through the chair, speaker to you, Councillor, that's correct.
So would an example of a circumstance where you would come back to council be that you have found that for a continuing period, people are trying to get into the shelter system and are told there are no beds?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that could be an example. The reality is that some of these shelter hotels that we're leasing, we don't have hotel owners that are interested in extending the lease at those sites.
Is that the case for everyone that is being considered for closure?
Of 4 of 5 for this year, that's correct.
Of 4 of 5. So the 5th one would be at your discretion to come back and tell us. In the month of January, we had an average of 50 people a night or more than that who could not get shelter. We don't recommend reducing capacity. That's the kind of thing you would report back on.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that could be one of the reasons we come back. In 2022, our goal was to close up to 5 sites. We closed 3.
You and I have had conversations about an address in my ward, and we won't get into it, but we've talked about how it would make a good location. Do you have the authority in this plan to add if we're short? You're saying that 4 are going to go because the owners don't want to. If you found a willing owner and you're experiencing 100 people a night not getting into the system, does this transition plan give you the ability to manage capacity up?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so currently we are looking for an additional site to add to the shelter system with a focus on refugee claimants. We do have in our 2023 proposed budget some allocated money to expand the system in that regard,
Right.
which would help us meet council's direction to
Sure,
separate
yeah.
these two systems.
It opens up other spaces.
That's right.
But if that's not sufficient, that one location isn't sufficient, you don't have authority beyond that one location, do you?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we have some unallocated funding, whether it's 1 or more. Right now, we're looking at 1 large program.
Okay, and you would come to council if you needed more?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we'll be at council, I think, with a few report backs throughout the year and can provide an update accordingly.
And just to tie it all together with a bow, among the things would be you experiencing a consistent pattern of there not being enough space in the system.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's one aspect to the issue. The other one I need to stress for you and for council is that our workforce within the emergency shelter system is stretched.
I appreciate the workforce, and if unfortunately I don't have a second round of questions, and we could get into workforce, but I think there are options there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Speaker. Through the Speaker, just a few quick clarification questions on my end. Of the $250 per day, is that funds being directly spent by the city per each individual using the shelter system? Or is that a general estimate of the total funds spent on other things that are not direct costs to the city?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's an average of a per night cost per person in the shelter system. Some would be much lower than that in our base shelter system. A few would be a little bit higher than that, but the 250 is an average.
So of that 250, that's money that the city would be directly spending per resident on average?
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor, we do get federal and provincial support for these programs, but the majority of the cost currently is on the city's tax base.
Thank you. Through the speaker, do we have an estimate of how many beds we would need to add to ensure that everyone who wanted a bed has one?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, in the time that I've been working with shelter support and housing, the shelter system has consistently been a very busy place and often been stretched to meet the needs of everyone seeking a bed. I don't have a formula to provide you to suggest that if we built X number of new beds, that everyone would have a bed when those programs opened.
So just to be clear, we don't know how many more beds we would need so that everybody who wanted a bed could have one. We don't have an estimate on that number.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I don't have a number that would answer that question. Our experience has been as soon as we open a shelter program, it fills up very quickly.
Thank you. One final question. So there is a temporary shelter in the Scarborough Civic Center. Oftentimes, when we are in the Scarborough Civic Center, it can be either almost empty or full. So what's the procedure? Because oftentimes on the same day, I hear stories about shelters downtown that are overflowing. Do we have any sort of capacity to provide people who want to use the SCC on a temporary basis to use that site? Do we provide them some sort of transportation?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. So when there's an extreme cold weather alert in effect, we do have a TTC bus that provides transportation between the various warming centers. So we have the ability to assist people to move to a program where there might be capacity. Outside of that, I mean, we do use, obviously, tokens for TTC and taxis at time to transport people to shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the General Manager. Mr. Tanner, I'm going to do my best to show you your own report on my computer, but there's a stark table on page 7, and it shows that since January 2016 to, yes, February 2022, or the end of the quarter, first quarter 2022, the number of people in the shelters has effectively doubled, more than doubled, went from 4,000 to over 8,000. So my question to you is, this is a steep trend. Where does this go? Every time I see these reports, they're always kind of like, this is to this day today. What are we thinking about over the next 1 year, 5 year, 10 years, 20 years? Are we going to get up to like 50,000 people in the shelter, or what? What can we expect as a council over the long term?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, this is the fundamental question. If other systems continue to not prevent and address the issue of homelessness, we at the city can expect to continue building shelter beds to try to meet people's basic needs. The basic issue of income assistance in this province that provides people $400 to find an apartment in the city does not prevent people from falling into our system.
So Toronto's population didn't double in 6 or 7 years. So just on a per capita basis, this doesn't make sense, right? You think bigger population, there's going to be more people that end up in trouble, and it's going to grow proportionately to the city. This is not proportionate. So what are the things that are driving this growth? And I do note, like on your other dashboard, you show, you have good months and bad months where the inflow and the outflow, brings the population down, and then some months it goes up. I noticed the last reporting period, it went way up. But what are the things that are the external factors or internal factors maybe that are causing this explosive growth? It's not population growth. It's got to be something else.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I would call it poverty and folks that are living without the means to make ends meet for themselves, and people that are falling through the cracks of other provincially and federally funded systems that end up in our shelter system.
So what's the long-term strategy? If there are external factors, it must point to people coming here to use the system.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we do have people that may come to Toronto to seek service based on other regions or municipalities not having as a robust system as we do here in the city. But the long-term plan, I come back to the need for, a strategy at the provincial level that brings ministries, whether it's, with respect to child welfare, corrections, health, community and social services together to address this issue over the long term. That in combination with the fact that we need to be building more supportive housing, which we're doing more of in the city than we have in decades. But we've got a lot of room to catch up on.
Have I got this right? The last thing I saw on this dashboard, though, out of the overall people in the system, about half find their way into permanent housing, and the other half go to other places. That was the stat I saw on the dashboard. Do I have that right? Is that approximately right, that when people leave the system, half find their way into some sort of a stable situation and half do not?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, certainly there are people coming in and out of the shelter system on a daily basis. Some people would leave and we don't know where they might go. They may find their own housing without our support. But what we're finding is more recently, more and more people do need the support of a city benefit or access to a deeply affordable home to leave the system. And so that's making length of stay become longer for individuals that are in the shelter system. And thus not allowing new individuals to come in.
And so the growth in this sounds to be unsustainable.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'd say it is very challenging for a system to continue to grow at the pace that we've been growing. I come back to the fact that our staff teams have been through some very challenging times in the pandemic, and we are having challenges meeting staffing schedules currently to run safe shelter programs with the resources we currently have.
Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. So we've been talking a lot about access to the shelter system. And can you just very briefly just remind us how central intake works?
Yeah, sure. Through the speaker to you, Councillor. So Central Intake is a 24-hour phone service operated by city staff. People can connect to it through 311. And the program there receives in the range of 600 to 1,000 calls per day. Some of them, the majority, are information-related calls, but the main purpose of Central Intake is to connect with people, understand their needs, and when their need is shelter, to connect them to an available shelter bed.
So in a recent Toronto Star article, EVA's initiatives, because I understand that individuals can call, but also agencies and people who work with people who are experiencing homelessness can call as well. Is that correct?
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor, we encourage the person always to be present, but often we do have workers, outreach workers, volunteers call on behalf of an individual, yes.
Okay. And EVA's initiatives shared that the system, from their experience, is turning away 200 people per night. How does that align with the data that you have?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so at the height of November, the average was 186 individuals that were unmatched to a shelter bed. The data from January is in the range of just over 100.
Okay. And what do you see as accounting for the difference? It's still too many people, but where are they going?
So when people call, we encourage them to call us back at a different time. Where people do have phones, we take their phone number and call them back when a shelter bed might become available. But the outcome for individuals, the call agents do their best to brainstorm when they can with individuals, but I don't know the outcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through the chair, Mr. Tanner, I have a few questions, and again, sorry for having to stand so many times. So you mentioned earlier that in 2023, we'll have about 9,000 shelter beds available, and 2,000 of those will be are filled by refugees. So my question to you is that 9,000 beds that the city administers, runs directly?
Thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. No, we do this very much in partnership with our community-based shelter providers. The city delivers directly with city staff about a third of the system. 2/3 are delivered by community partners. All the funding, though, flows through the city for the programs.
Okay, so places like Dixon Hall and Salvation Army, the Red Door, that's all part encompassing. So it's done in partnership.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the $704 million that we spend on shelter per year, that it includes the money allocated to these various groups?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when you say 9,000 shelter beds, that includes those third parties?
That's right.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, through you. And I apologize, Mr. Tanner, for you to be on your feet. Just a few questions for me. You were just clarifying to Councillor Moyes as a question that he asked. Is it annually that we're spending $700 million, or is the current budget for 2023 $700 million?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the proposed budget for 2023 is $707 million.
Right. And of that portion, and I'm just looking at the revenue chart, the summary between 2018 and 2022. It looks at the, go back to 2018, for example, the provincial subsidy was 47 million, was 108 million. The federal subsidies were 47 million. They increased in 2020, in 2019, 2020, reduced again in 2021. This is the post-pandemic. I'm just wondering, given the fact that the problem continues to increase, not decrease, how does it equate then with respect to the provincial and federal contribution to help us with respect to the subsidies? It seems that there is less subsidies in the case where there's a need for more because of the demand. Would you agree?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that is correct.
And so what is the rationale, or has there been an ask of the federal departments and the federal and provincial government as to why they have taken the position which is to give you less when more is needed?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we continue to be engaged with both our partners at the federal and provincial level to share with them the demand that we're seeing on the ground and the allocation that the city is making to these services. I can tell you at the time when I joined the city, the province would pay about 80% of the share of a new shelter bed. That is no longer the case.
So in 2020, I'm just picking a specific period. In 2021, the city spent, just round ballpark, $433 million. The federal subsidy was $57 million. The provincial was $133 million. Even combined, it doesn't even get to a half of what we've actually spent to address the problem, which to a large extent is not our doing. Would you agree?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes.
And with respect to other municipalities, and I don't know if this work has actually been done, when we look at other areas, and I won't specifically point out any specific municipalities, but I'm sure, hopefully you've done the work, would you say that there is space available for those individuals in those areas to be able to accommodate, you know, let's say their residents or people living in those particular locations? Or would you say that because there's no space or limited space, people have to find their way to other jurisdictions, Toronto being the primary one, where we have more resources and we're allocating more space in as much as it's not sufficient?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, Toronto provides the largest shelter system by capita across the country.
Right. And can I then ask, off the funds, and I'll just pick a specific year, in 2022, for example, $628 million was spent. What proportion, from a percentage perspective, is that for salaries for those individuals who are administering the services? When we talk about police, for example, we say that as a operating budget for the police, 85 to 90% is salary. What proportion would be salary of the $628 million? Do you know?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I don't have the exact figure for me in front of me, but certainly the largest expenditure in the sector is for salaries. You know, that would be followed currently with our programs by the room costs we're paying in some of the shelter hotels and food.
Right, thank you. And just asking about the Scarborough facility. Your predecessor before you, I had asked them to look at that particular location as a place because it was underutilized. But with that facility that's in place and it's utilized, there are no shower facilities there for those individuals, for example, who use that facility, but you do have harm reduction component part of that facility. Is that correct?
That was your last question.
Thank you, Speaker.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you know, all of our staff are trained in harm reduction and would have supplies available to individuals using that service at the Scarborough Civic Center. That's correct.
Showers?
No showers at the site. We work with some folks that are in need of a shower, want a shower with the local community center.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. We'll go to speakers. Well, Councillor Crescenti, if you have a question, you need to be at your desk.
But I do have a question. Sorry. That's all right.
Councillor Crescenti, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Some of the shelters, say youth shelters, for example, where are we? Are we at pre-pandemic numbers, or are there still restrictions and reduced numbers in some of these shelters?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so yeah, there are still some restrictions in place with respect to bed spacing. So we have fewer beds in the base shelter system than we did before the pandemic. The number of beds in the youth sector currently is about equal to what they were before the pandemic.
Well, is there any plan to change that now that we're well past the pandemic? And are we now safe to go back to what those numbers were before the pandemic, so we could accommodate more? Like in my area, for example, I have a youth shelter that's currently running at approximately anywhere 15 to 20 beds less than what they were before. Now, you know, and I'm sure there's other shelters across the city under that same restriction. We need to get them back up. Is that something that we could look at?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor. So last year, Council directed us to look at introducing a safe and moderate number of beds back into the base shelter system. And we've taken that approach, and by adding about 500 beds back, we haven't gone back to the pre-pandemic spacing. We are aware that, you know, and working closely with TPH with respect to COVID-19, and we do have outbreaks in our shelter system. So we've made some moderate changes to the bed spacing. To date, that's made 500 beds more available.
Okay. But that still won't take it up to what it was before the pandemic.
That's correct.
And so what's the time frame? Can we fast track that, move it along? Is there any reason why we're holding back?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, when we made this change to start with some moderate increasing to space as we headed into the winter, and we knew some other shelter programs were closing. We'd want to continue to connect with our colleagues at Toronto Public Health and understand, how these changes would impact, the spread of COVID-19 and other respiratory infectious, disease that we see in the shelter system. So we don't have plans currently to make that move.
Don't have plans, but are we looking at it to see when and when we can get there and how soon we can get there?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we don't have a timeline for adding additional beds back to the base shelter system at this time.
All right, I may send a request offline and maybe have some further discussion on that. All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to speakers. Councillor Carroll, first speaker.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise mainly to just sort of set where we are. Because there were a couple of councillors who, when we began questioning on this item, believed that we were looking at both items together. And in fact, we are going to adopt 1.5, I hope, because it's essentially a real estate item that if you believe that we've got to go on sheltering people at a volume of 9,000 plus, you simply want to adopt an item that extends the leases and makes it possible to do that. There was in Economic Development Committee, however, that great body of concern because the temperatures were dropping even as we met at the beginning of January, and everyone was becoming more and more concerned with those sleeping rough. And so I hate to use the word creativity, Madam Speaker, but people were looking for creative solutions and wondering what staff could do. Those were all forwarded to a report that staff is now working on that will come back to committee in April. And so a lot of that information went there. What's important today is that this item be adopted so that the fundamentals of real estate get adopted. If you read down in through the recommendations, you'll find that what is also here are the intergovernmental asks. We are, again, as we spoke to this morning, what we are doing basically is delivering that service that really is the responsibility of all governments. This is a whole of government problem. It ought to be a whole of government solution. And we get that we'll be the deliverer. We've got the kind of expertise in our public service to do that. What we need are the funds. That's how the whole of government becomes the whole. And we are still short those funds. That's why we are looking for those funds, especially if we are now opening the doors to more and more refugee populations. We want to be able to accommodate all, and especially according to their unique needs. And so we need some of the spaces that are talked about in this report. We need the other government supports. And then we will go on to an item after this, that being Board of Health 1.6, that I hope everyone has read the supplementary report that was posted, I think late last night or early this morning, because it gives some of the immediate answers and gives some idea of the work to come and should be a part of the discussion as we go to that next item. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. My comments are really only on recommendation number 13. It was an item that was added at committee. It's not necessarily from a recommendation from staff. It was added through that process. And I'm going to ask for a separated vote on that item. Earlier today, I made some critical remarks of council about how we continue to grow our public service and growing in a way that may or may not be sustainable. This particular recommendation suggests that a report come back on the feasibility of obtaining more rent supplements and housing allowances to assist people transitioning from shelter. Sounds great on the surface, and if the federal and provincial governments provide more of those supplements, I'm sure we'll do a great job distributing to those that need them. What I do get concerned about, though, is the prospect that we may get in deeper into the business of funding those supplements through the tax system that we have. That is a big challenge, and that is part of the scope increase that I cited in my earlier discussion at council regarding seeking taxes. So it's this very issue, and this is just one simple example of it, and it appears many times in many different items. So with that, I'll just ask members of council to pay attention to that particular item. I have some of my own misgivings about it, and so I will ask for a separated vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor? Oh, Councillor Holyday, can you tell me what part you want a separate vote? Okay, Councillor Holyday wants a separate vote on item 13. So we'll vote on that first, recorded vote. Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote. Councillor Holyday has asked for a separate vote on item 13.
Recommendation 13 carries. The vote is 24-1.
Balance of the item, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
the next item.
Okay, members of council, Councillor Fletcher. Count. Yeah, so before you left, before our lunch break, the mayor moved a motion that we would deal with EX 2.4, which is Cafe Teal, at 4 o'clock. So being that it's 10 to 4, so what's the wish of council? We do that item or go to the next item? We'll do okay, so we'll go to the,
Madam Speaker, the Sergeant Arms would like you to take a recess.
And we need to remove them, so you just.
okay, we can have a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay. Members of council, can you please take your seats? Members of council, please take your seats so we can proceed. Members? Okay, members, before we go to the EX 2.4
Cafe TO 2023 and beyond. The city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item CA 2.2, appointment of public members. To the Board of Health, Councillor Moyes has submitted a motion with a confidential attachment that has been advance circulated. Item CC 3.13, 471, 479 Queen Street East, zoning bylaw amendment, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal. A request for direction. Councillor Moyes has submitted a motion with a confidential attachment that has been advance circulated. And the clerk's staff will also email members and their staff to advise them that these materials are now available. So we will go now to the mayor's second key item, which is EX 2.4. Do we have questions? Councillor Fletcher, this was the item that you had an interest in? Okay, does anybody have any questions? This is on Cafe TO. No questions? Okay. Pardon? Okay. Councillor Myers, you have a question? Just one sec.
Just one quick question through the speaker. Is there any requirement that the materials used to build the patio have to be wood?
Through the speaker to Councillor Myers, no, there is no requirement on the material, although part of the reason why we want to make sure that those patios are reviewed by designers, we want to make sure that there's safety, so they will review the material choice, but it doesn't have to be wood.
So through the speaker, so long as it's a suitable material, it's okay with the city, because one of the pushbacks that we've been getting is the cost of wood has been increasing substantially.
Through the speaker, so what we understand is that the cost of materials is fluctuating pretty wildly. I know last year it was very, very high, and my understanding is perhaps that will be a different scenario this year, but wood does not need to be the material. It does, of course, need to be sturdy and stand up in the weather and all of those things.
And one final question, do we provide restaurants with a list of suitable alternatives other than wood that would be used to build, that could be used to build patios?
So there will be we have a guidebook that we produce every year to give restaurant operators very clear direction about, the types of things they need to consider when they're putting their designs for their patio, their spaces together. And this year we're working with Tabia to develop a set of plans, generic plans for patios that can be used for platforms that will be free of charge to the applicant. And so we will work pretty collaboratively with them to make sure that they have the sort of least amount of effort and the most amount of result.
Great, and so just to confirm, that information will be included in that guidebook?
Yes, the information on appropriate materials will definitely be included in that guidebook.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yeah, I just I'm going to ask the same question, Madam Speaker, that I asked the executive, because I just want to make sure we're staying on the same page. There are cafe TOs that are parklets or sidewalk cafes that move into the road allowance. What happens to that little shop, the little coffee shop or the ice cream shop that just wants a little bistro table with 2 chairs under its window on the sidewalk? What is that? That's not cafe TO, is it?
Through the speaker, no, that is actually an as of right. They can have that cafe table and chairs in the frontage right up adjacent to their business. They have a coffee shop or anything like that. They're not required to get a permit, and there's no other program-related costs for that.
Right. So if I've just got my little table and 2 chairs under my window where I can eat my ice cream cone or my little bench, that's as of right.
Sure, and as long as you're not blocking the sidewalk, we're good for that.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, through the speaker. I just wanted to know the cost difference to the city in terms of the phased approach from the first iteration that was presented at executive and now the new version where we're phasing in the fees. What is the cost to the city to cover Cafe TO?
Thank you for the question. This program has been in effect for the last 3 years, roughly at a cost of $4 to $5 million per year to our 3 divisions here. The report that was originally before us had a cost to, again, our 3 divisions of $3.3 million. With the reductions, again, it would have a cost to our 3 divisions of $2 million.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
The 3 divisions here, it's $2 million to run the program if it, on top of the investment that is being proposed today.
Right. Okay, so for $2 million, so last year, 2022, according to Tabia, Cafe TO delivered $203 million in economic benefits to the City of Toronto for our investment of $3 million. Is that correct?
So again, the city benefits from investment in our city, but as Councillor Cole mentioned this morning, 80% of what is brought in tax-wise goes to other levels of government.
Right.
Obviously, all economic activity in our city, which is probably more appropriately answered by my colleagues to my left, is good for the city.
So we're cheering our people on because money is being generated, business are thriving, but of the $203 million, not much. There's not a direct stream from that 203 back into our ability to run our city. Is that correct?
So I'll start and turn it over to my colleague, but the short answer is that's correct. This is a cost to our divisions to deliver the program, between $4 and $5 million.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Chang. Yes, given the nature of the city's revenue-raising tools, which were part of the conversation this morning at council, no, the city would not be recouping a significant amount of money of that expenditure. However, this is the case also for the application of fees to help to defray the administrative costs for the city to run this program to the benefit of restaurateurs.
So I'm just going to ask a rhetorical question. You can answer it if you want to or not. Wouldn't it be great if some of this economic benefit came back to our city? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. Actually, Councillor Chang asked my questions, but I'll just work from that. Good questions. I guess you had an original proposal and then you submitted a supplementary proposal. So can you tell me why your numbers changed, your percentages changed for the cost recovery?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Robinson, and through the speaker to you. The original proposal put forward was to transition the program from a temporary program to a permanent program. We closely aligned our fees to what was adopted unanimously by council in 2019. We reduced them even further in some instances, and it was an opportunity to, while the pandemic we're still coming out of it, it was a time for the city to identify the costs that we have and to reintroduce fees, again, still not at full cost recovery, it's about 68%. We recognize the value of these sidewalks to our main streets and to our communities. At committee, executive committee, a number of deputants came and spoke about the challenges that the restaurant industry was facing and that these fees would impact the program, and we wanted to, it was important for us to listen to them, and we've come back with a proposal that is phasing it in over 2 years, 50% in the first year, 100% in the second year.
So that is staff's recommendation, who have done all the all the exploring here and all the research, that is your hard recommendation as per the supplementary report?
Through you, Speaker, that is correct. It's, again, a discussion between, or the research between the teams of economic development, municipal licensing and standards, and transportation services. We came to that conclusion. We've also done work in other, look at other jurisdictions, and just as an example, I believe it's, I want to say Calgary is $74 a square meter, Washington is $55. This is something that is done in other cities, recognizing the value of our sidewalks and our streets and the ability for these businesses to operate for commercial purposes.
Okay, and I heard all about the enforcement piece. Some people just putting them up there because they could, because they were free and they weren't being used. I saw that, witnessed that. So tell me a little bit about how this plays into reducing enforcement costs.
Through the Speaker to Councillor Robinson, we strive for compliance. So our transportation standards officers are the team that are out and monitoring both. They have a lot of different things that they do, but Cafe TO compliance is one. And one of the things that we asked them to do last summer was to pay careful attention to those cafe setups where there was not at least 3 meal services being done in the cafe, the roadside cafe, per week. And we ended up removing about 106 cafes last year that originally were in the permit program. Some of those were from operators who decided they didn't want to have them anymore and they wanted to use the curb space for other purposes. And some of them were because they were not utilizing the space effectively. And so one of the reasons why we have, the staff recommendation has come forth with some fees is because we want to make sure that the businesses are going to be utilizing that space and that there's an investment on both sides. The city is making an investment and asking the businesses to make an investment as well.
Thank you. And if there's other motions come forward that strays from staff's recommendations in the supplementary agenda to make it lower, or higher, I should say, the subsidy, who's going to pay the bill? I guess I need to ask the city manager, who's paying for that if we stray from what city staff are recommending in the report before us? And I'm going to also tag on one more question, and that is, is it mostly fine dining and high-end restaurants, winning out from these programs?
So on the first question, I think it's most appropriate that that answer be given by our Executive Director of Financial Planning, Steve Conforti.
I don't control that mic. Can we turn his? Can we turn his mic on?
My mic's glowing.
Okay, it's okay, he's gonna switch seats. Okay.
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker. The question in regards to if there's a change in the subsidy that's proposed, the cost of that, as these fees are subject to council's consideration, any fee that's approved by council will be in excess of what was anticipated as part of this year's budget, so there would be no overall impact to the city's proposed budget.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Robinson had one of the questions about high-end restaurants. Just to clarify, the fees are, a restaurant is a restaurant is a restaurant. It's not based on ability to pay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, and just very quickly, I've had some feedback from the small business community about the additional bylaw officers that Transportation Services is deploying in different ways across the program. I'm wondering if you could provide some context to that. I know it's actually not part of this, it's vacancies in the budget, but I just want people to understand what those bylaw officers do, how we're filling vacancies, and make sure that it's not misappropriated to this program in particular.
Through the Speaker, and thank you for the question, Councillor Bradford. So we have had significant vacancies in our transportation standards officers for the last number of years. And we've had a significant amount of turnover in those positions as well. So we have a number of them that have finally come forward as the priority to be hired. coincident to this report. The two are not related. Those transportation standards officers have a variety of functions that they cover. Primary among them is overseeing construction activity, but they also do ensure and work with business owners and the rest of our team here on the compliance for the setups for Cafe TO. They did that last year and the last 3 years as well. But there is no relationship between what I've heard is 25 positions on the board and this program moving forward.
Thanks very much.
today.
Just need that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. I just wondered if transportation staff can confirm what the findings were in terms of congestion generated by these.
Through the speaker to Councillor Holiday. So we have done some analysis on the impacts overall of Cafe TO on throughput and travel time. And what we found was pretty inconclusive related to the cafe setups themselves. We found there's lots of construction activity in the city, as you know. There's also some other impacts on the right-of-way, as well as sort of people returning back to the downtown, and so we couldn't necessarily isolate it related to congestion for the cafes.
So we don't know?
So we don't have a direct, there's not a direct relationship that we can draw between the cafe locations and congestion in the area, because there's so many factors that are contributing to congestion.
Does it matter in terms of congestion if there's one cafe on a block or several? Just takes one.
Well, it depends on the location, I think. Certainly, if you're in a situation where there are other curbside uses like parking, et cetera, and there's one cafe, certainly people are going to have to merge into the adjacent lane. It just depends on the situation.
Did I hear correct, or did I understand correctly? There's really nothing we can do to enforce people to use the cafes. It becomes a business decision.
Through the speaker, I would agree with you. It becomes a business decision, and I think one of the reasons why we really wanted to make sure that there was, again, some contribution in terms of fees by the businesses, that they would be more likely to use those spaces. It's a pretty significant public resource, the public right-of-way, the curb space in particular. And so we want to make sure that, and at the same time, we see the program as being quite a significant contributor to the public realm and the environment of the main streets where it exists. And so we certainly don't want to discourage that, but we do want people to use them. And so last year, we had a provision in place for the permit that you had to set up for at least 3 meal services a week. Right. Otherwise, we would monitor for a month and then take the cafe out.
But we're not doing that now.
We probably will do that again this year as well, but we are hopeful that people who are serious in investing in the program, if they have to pay some fees, will be serious about using that space since they'll be paying for it.
Do we have any plans to regulate the construction of roofs and tents and umbrellas and those sorts of things that go along with these cafes?
Yes, and we're actually bringing a report back to committee IEC in March that's specifically focused on structures.
Will we be allowing the structures? Do you anticipate?
There will be some scenarios on flankages where we'll be looking at that, but in the cafe itself, rooftops are block sightlines.
Okay. And just in terms of cost, you don't have to give exact numbers, but for somebody to set one of these up, they have to buy the furniture and they have to do some decking and so on. But what are the fees paid to the city in terms of the overall cost? Is it a major part or a small part?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Holiday, the single biggest cost associated with participating in the program would be the creation of the platform. Based on those restaurants that applied for and received grants from us last year, that ran last year at about $13.7 thousand. We anticipate, with some of the factors my colleagues have cited about input costs coming down and more competition in that market, that cost is going to come down below $10,000. We're proposing city application fees of in and around $400, and then there are fees laid out in the supplemental report related to the meterage.
So is it fair to say if it's 10,000 plus for the
the platform, plus the tables and all that overhead, the fees are still a very small part.
Through the speaker to you, absolutely, the fees are a very small part, and I neglected to say as well that the city is offering a series of grants to help defray the costs associated, and in fact are increasing through this report those grants.
Okay, and the last question is, just looking at, I don't know, page 25 of 50 on the report, there are some discussions about travel times increasing 10 to 15%, 6 and 9%, depending on the time of day. Am I safe to accept those as somewhat representative of some findings?
Through the speaker, as I mentioned, the findings on travel time is a city, it's a general finding on travel time. We've been tracking travel time since the beginning of the pandemic, consistent with certain phases of lockdown, et cetera. We continue to do that. So that increase is more generically, should be more generically applied, not specific to the impacts on Cafe TO.
Thank you.
Cue. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't going to ask any questions, but then now we've started. I just wanted to have a sense from economic development as to kind of the challenges that are still sitting out there for small business post-pandemic or post-active pandemic.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, thanks for the question. While we have generally seen the hospitality industry come back to pre-pandemic levels, largely through pent-up demand, that's not distributed equally through the city. We have seen some hard-hit small restaurants and independent businesses, variability in their input costs, labor market shortage are perhaps the two biggest factors that they are facing. We anticipate that this program will continue to provide them the support that it realized for them in the last couple of years.
When the Restaurants Canada came to executive, they were very clear about the kind of lingering impacts, particularly for restaurants, for staff, for cost of supplies, for all those kinds of things. Would you agree with their estimation? And they indicated that if we were to proceed with the program and the way it was laid out at executives, that perhaps their survey showed 60% of the businesses wouldn't even participate.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, all of those factors remain very important for business, rising input costs and labor shortage. The Tabia survey did demonstrate that more than 80% of the Tabia members surveyed would want to participate in the program, even with the introduction of some fees.
The federal government is now calling in the CERB loans that they gave to small business. Would you agree with me that that's also an added pressure for 2023 on small businesses, upwards sometimes of $40,000, that they're just barely making it, and now there's that extra pressure?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, yes, absolutely agree. And along with interest rates, there's a number of headwinds facing small business in the city.
No, the 40,000 repayment. That's a correct number, is it not? That is the request to pay back the CERB by the end of 2023 for rent loans. Grants.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher, we will clarify that number for you.
So through the speaker, the requirement from the federal government is that if a business wants to receive the foregone portion, the forgiveness of that loan, then yes, by the end of this calendar year, that payment needs to be made on the first 40,000. So the federal government's willing to forgive up to 25% of the first 40,000 if the payment is made by the end of this calendar year. After this calendar year, interest kicks in at 5%, but until this point in time, it's been an interest-free loan.
But that's a tremendous amount of pressure on top of everything else. Would you agree with that?
Through the speaker, I would agree that if a business is looking to obtain the forgiven portion of the loan, they would have to pay it by the end of this year, and that represents a pressure.
That's an added pressure. Thank you very much. And also, I think Mr. Carew from Tabia indicated that the economic impact of Cafe TO, just like we talk about the impact of film shoots is 2-point-something billion, that the economic impact they determined was 223 million, not to the businesses, but into Toronto's economy, from supply chain, from hiring extra people. I've read a few reports where they said they hired 18 extra people for the summer. So it's really quite a large contribution, I would say. Is 223 million is medium, small, large? How would you describe that into Toronto's economy overall post-pandemic?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, at 203 million as estimated in the Tabia report,
223.
it's a significant input into Toronto's economy, in addition to the 180 million in direct proceeds to restaurants participating in the program.
Thank you. And just for the halo effect, we heard from one of the deputants that one thing, when you come to a destination, and we did have a number of destinations, people going out to do that in the curbside, that it also is good for the other businesses in the area, because once you're on your feet, once you're there, you quite possibly are going to stop in and shop somewhere else that you hadn't gone to. And I think that's a correct assumption. Am I right?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, absolutely. Stickier streets is an intended outcome of this program.
Thank you very much. And the last question has to do with the public realm, so that it is in many times, and the way that it's being put forward to kind of standardize it, beautify it, that it is a significant public realm improvement, or can be, for our main streets. Would you elaborate a tiny bit on that, please?
Yeah, through the speaker, I'd absolutely agree. And one of the comments that we got last year was that people were getting frustrated with sort of the cones and barrels look of many of the Cafe Tio setups. And one of the definite benefits of having the platforms is that it will really create a nice public realm and a very attractive public realm for those businesses to attract customers, and also create safety and create a nice street wall where cyclists who are driving down the road there can not have to worry about street furniture moving around. So lots of benefits there, and certainly an enhancement to the public realm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion which will be put up. And I guess consistent with the intuition of Councillor Robinson, there is recommended in this motion a further reduction in these fees from those presented in the supplementary report. So this has had a sort of an evolution, and I think it's been a positive evolution from the original recommendation, which I'll call the sort of full fee scale, to a second one that arose out of the deliberations of the Executive Committee to reduce it to 50%, to a third one, which came out of some discussions that took place. And I should say that credit is due in terms of the input we received to the BIAs, to the BIA Association, but also to Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Bradford and Councillor Moyes. These are rabid spokespeople for small business, and I say that in a positive sense. You know, I think all of this starts, Speaker, from the fact that this is a successful program, and it's successful, I think, in at least two respects, maybe three. First, it was and is a lifeline for individual restaurants, and further to a number of the things that have been sort of skirted around and certainly just referred to in the questions of Councillor Fletcher. I know I ask every time I go in a restaurant, every single time, when I'm out in the community doing events and when I go to a restaurant myself, where are they? And to be frank, I think, and this goes along with one of the questions that Councillor Robinson asked, a lot of the so-called fine dining restaurants, I think, are doing very, very well. I mean, you can hardly get a table. But the smaller, more independent kinds of restaurants are all answered the same way. And I don't know if you've all had colleagues the same experience, where they say they're at about 70%. They're doing okay. They're at about 70% of where they were pre-pandemic. And so I don't think they're in a danger of going under, but they also have loan payments to make, and they have you know, a recovery to experience. And so it's not as if they're kind of making it hand over fist. So I think the fact we would take a look at exactly how we phased in a fee schedule for this program is something that was a very sensitive matter, and we spent quite a lot of time on it. And of course, the second benefit from the program is the look and feel of the city, which I think was a huge benefit for us. But I think, you know, it does tell us everything that we heard through Councillor Fletcher, through the other councillors, through the BIAs and so on, that we have to take great care in setting fee structures like this and how we implement them. And by the way, I mean, the difference between the 50% sort of discount, as it were, from the originally recommended fee schedule to the 30% is $500,000. $500,000 in a $15 billion government. And so in that sense, I think it could be an important $500,000 to those smaller businesses, but it doesn't really make a big difference when it comes to our own financial situation. And I think one of the reasons we have to look at this is for that reason, but we do have to balance that against the fact that this is private enterprise using public space. and that's a consideration. We are using revenue-producing space in some cases that otherwise would be producing parking revenue, and there's the question of cost recovery. So I will just tell you that for my own participation in this, with Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Moyes, and so on, all of those things were taken into account, and it was an evolution, and the views of the BIAs and all the things that I mentioned. And I want to say this is no disrespect to the staff. They did an incredible job looking at a program and trying to figure out how we could balance all of those interests. And as is our job to do at the end of the day, where we make the decisions here, we, reflecting the concerns of those stakeholders and others, have decided to go a bit slower on it. And so the recommendation that's in this motion, to put it at its simplest, is that we do a third, a third, and a third. So in other words, the first year it'll be 1/3 of the recommended fee structure, the second year it'll be 2/3, and the third year it will be 3/3. And of course, there's always the option for us as a council to look at that and to decide, that it needs to be slowed down even more. Because in the end, I think our obligation is to make sure we maintain the jobs, strengthen the businesses, keep the look and feel of the city in its improved state, and that's something that I think this will accomplish. I will just say that if anybody's under any doubt about the restaurants and some of the challenges they face, if you look at it's almost for them, while the pandemic over being is a good news story, they have loans that are due to be repaid, some to not our government, but to another government. They have huge increases in input costs, namely mostly food, but with a relatively small ability to actually increase their prices because they're dealing with a clientele, certainly in the case of the smaller restaurants, that themselves are facing an affordability crunch. And I'm sure that is leading some people not to go out for dinner. They have a staff shortage, which I think, as you would know, in many cases means restaurants are not opening for lunch. So they're denying themselves or being denied through staff shortages the opportunity to be open for 2 or 3 meals a day instead of 1. They have a downtown situation, many of them, where the downtown is just not as populated with people coming during the day. So if you add all that up, it's kind of a perfect storm that isn't as bad as the pandemic, but it's certainly not the most favorable of business conditions. And so I think it augurs in favor of the kind of approach that we've taken here, which is to even slow down a bit further than the supplementary report did, the implementation of this fee schedule. And so I commend this to members of council. I thank the councillors involved, especially Councillor Fletcher, who was very active on this, and as well as Mr. Carew and our staff. I mean, they have worked with us, and I guess they sometimes might have reason to be impatient as we kind of try to find the right spot. But I think this is the sweet spot. It is saying we're going to stick with the principle of having fees and recovering some costs and having people pay something to be using public space, but at the same time being considerate of the circumstances in which they find themselves. And so I commend council to this motion, which does make some change to the supplementary report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually really want to thank the staff who did a lot of work through the pandemic to try to make a program work for a city that was suffering on so many fronts. With that, though, I think it's time to say thank you and goodbye. I don't support this going forward. I don't think I'm the only one. I might be one of the few on council, but I think there's quite a few people out there that might share the same sentiment. Whenever public policy questions come to council, I have to think about, what does this mean to the constituents that I represent? What does it mean to their lives? I found this map, and forgive me, my colleagues will have to see it from here, but somebody put it on the internet, and it's just a posting of, where the Café TO installations are. No surprise, there's bright yellow patches all along the suburbs of the city, and what that really means is that there's very, very few. And I think, whether or not this map is scientifically accurate, it's pretty close to what we see. It's also a pretty good representation of where the congestion is in the city. Although on many days you might argue it's everywhere. But that is the cost, right? There's two costs. There's financial ones, and there's the cost of congestion. And the congestion makes people's lives harder when they want to come into the city to work, when they want to come into the city to access services, maybe even to access entertainment or recreation. The thing with those cafes is that they're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whether they're filled or not. Yeah, I'm sure there's some businesses that that really did well with these, and there was a good uptake when it didn't cost very much other than the physical investment in installation. I think probably what's going to happen over time is you'll see a few of them make a really good run at this, and I think you'll see a lot of other ones disappear. And if there's a few of them left, you have to wonder, you know, is this the best thing for the city at large? And I'm talking about the city at large from Lake Ontario all the way up to Steeles, from Rouge to the Etobicoke Creek. It's a big city. Not everyone benefits from this. I get it. There's some places down there that are going to do well. I mean, who would turn away almost free space to expand your restaurant? And by the way, not everybody can do that. You have to be in the right configuration, in the right location on the street, and, you know, maybe not block another restaurant which might be next to you or some competition for the space. But I just think that these things come at great cost that we don't always talk about. And it is about moving around in this city, staying connected in this city. And what I don't want the downtown to become is a curiosity or a visiting place for people that live in the suburbs, because it's so hard to get to. I would say this, it's not that I don't want to see any change in the city. And I thought about places that I've been where they've done this really well, where they've built outdoor cafes that are done on a seasonal basis. And what I found is the ones that I could think of that were good examples of where they did it at really concentrated locations, where you had a little district of where this happened, and it created like a marketplace and a buzz, and actually a destination for people to go. I'm just not convinced that having these things peppered, even though this map shows a concentration, they're still peppered throughout. All it takes is really one of these installations on a block to create a vote. It's just hard for me to turn around to the residents of the ward that I represent, knowing that I think there's 2 installations there, and I could talk about those in detail, but, you know, ultimately taxpayers will subsidize this by several $1 million. And it's in the report. It's a lot of money. And it's a big program to administer. It's a big city. There are busy roads. So I think I speak for more than just one member of council or 1/25th of the city when I say there's still a lot of people with concerns about this. And I just wish it came in a different format. I'm not comfortable creating these on a legal and permanent basis just because, really, because of the unfairness about how it benefits certain areas and certain locations, certain individuals, versus the city at large. And most importantly is how it affects the mobility of all the people in the city to come and go. And, you know, I hope members will think about that, and I hope they'll think about that as they explain how they vote to their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to stand in support of this motion with the changes brought forth by the mayor. We understand that some businesses are still recovering, but this is an important first step for the city to begin making this permanent. You know, I'm really fortunate that I live in Toronto Centre. You know, over the last 3 years during the pandemic, I have to say I've gained a few pounds because of the patios. You know, and you know, it has a great feel to it. It gives you a sense of community. You know, it's livable and makes the city very vibrant. I can say to you that many of the people I've spoken to who own businesses, who live in the 14 neighborhoods I represent, love it. And, you know, we want it to be permanent. And I love the fact that, you know, it's being phased in over time. But I've had the privilege of traveling. And we actually have Jean-Francois up there from France. I spoke to him earlier. And they've had cafes, you know, in France for many, many years. I don't even know for how long. But it's part of the charm, yeah, centuries. Yes, thank you, Councilor Carroll. You know, but it's part of the vibrancy of going to France and sitting on those, at those cafes, right? And so, you know, and more people who come to Toronto love it. I have friends who come from the US and elsewhere, and they love Cafe TO. So again, when you look at it in an economic sense, it brings more resources to the city. And I'm really surprised, you know, Councilor Holiday, you know, haven't mentioned that, because again, if we want a vibrant city, you want a city where, you know, small businesses thrive, we want things like Cafe TO. We want to think outside the box. And I'm happy that, you know, despite the challenges of the pandemic, I feel that this is one positive that's come out of it, in that, we have seen the changes that's possible when we come together as a city. So again, I'm happy to stand and to support this change, this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. When we talk about economic growth in the city, we talk about business, a lot of the time we're talking about the bigger sectors. Certainly the film sector contributes billions of dollars on an annual basis. The music sector, we talk about sports franchises, we talk about the arts community, but we don't necessarily, from a policy perspective, spend a lot of time talking about Main Street. And yet, if you knocked on some doors and you had some conversations with friends, they would probably tell you about the small businesses.
What, the headset?
And I'm not going to be able to clip this.
What does that mean?
Computer, or your little speaker symbol, you click on the speaker symbol, it'll say all the different fonts.
Who's speaking? Yeah, I will, but I'm just wondering where these voices are coming from. Is it me or is it everybody here?
Yeah, you ruined my
Okay.
clip. I'm not going to be able to post this. Yeah.
Take it from the top. Take it from the top.
Oh, I got to hire whoever's in Councillor Bravo's office.
Okay,
She's got
Councillor
the best
Bradford, I
ones.
reset your timer.
Okay, all right. My point is, if you talk to folks, they care a lot about small business. They could tell you about the local pub that they go to. They could tell you about the shop that works with, local vendors bringing in stuff into the neighborhood. And I think what we saw in the pandemic, the challenges facing the small business community were so exorbitant. We're at such a scale that we needed to come together as a community. We needed to come together as the small business sector, and we needed to come together as all three levels of government to support it. And 3 years on, under the leadership of Mayor Tory and Councillor Fletcher and all of us here in the chamber, we have stood up a program that, if you go back to 2019, reset the clock, it's hard to even fathom in Toronto. And I like Councillor Holliday's language around curiosity of coming downtown. That's actually what we want to create. We want to create a buzz. I would also add dynamism. I'd add vibrancy. I would add economic growth. Destination Danforth, of which we have branded around the entire Complete Streets project, it is about creating a destination. We're stacking these programs together. We're creating dining districts. Opportunities for folks to take their crafts and their food and bring it out into Main Street and share it with a bigger audience. That's exactly what we need to be doing, as we come out of this. And I think the mayor's comments about some of the challenges facing small business right now need to be taken very carefully. I mean, at the same time when all the programs are rolling back, at the same time when loans are coming due, thanks, Gordon. We need to make sure that we're still there for the small business community. Inflation is at an all-time high. Who's being hit hardest? We hear about the prices in the grocery store. It's restaurants and bars that are dealing with this, and they don't have the ability to directly pass those costs through. So they're taking a hit. So when we stand up a program and when we say, we care about Main Street, we care about the small business community, and we want to support them, we have to be very thoughtful about how we do that. I want to tip the cap to the staff team, Barbara, Carlton, ECDEV, everybody over there, because what we did was we asked you to come back with a program that moves us towards cost recovery and normalizes something that frankly was done in a very unconventional way for big bureaucracy in City Hall, and they did that. And I think this is the best when we work as elected officials with the conversations that we have in our community and the professional civil service come forward with recommendations. We evolve those based on feedback through committee. And then even today here at council with the motion that the mayor moved, the program is better. From that feedback, the work that Councillor Moise has been doing, Councillor Fletcher and all of you, taking that feedback to stand up a program that is going to be far more effective to make sure that Café Tio comes back this year stronger, better, more regularized with the platforms. It's going to look better, and it's something that we can build on going forward. So, I'm just really grateful for everybody's hard work on this. I know it hasn't been easy. We've been able to move in the right direction, and I hope the small business community out there hears that we hear you, we understand where you're at, and you mean a lot to us, you mean a lot to our neighborhoods, and that's why we're making this investment in this program. We want you to be successful because our city is successful when small business thrives. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on those terrific remarks from my fellow ward mate, not ward mate, but other side of Coxwell, really well put, and put my two motions here today, please, Speaker, to augment and support the motions.
Motion, so can you
the mayor
introduce your
has
motion?
made. Yeah,
Okay, there it is.
there we go. Thank you.
Okay,
Just waiting for it after. Could you start that time again, please? Thank you.
okay.
There we go. Just asking the federal government to extend that deadline because we're finding that that is a real crunch. And just as we've spent some time here trying to tailor this program so we're not drowning small business, this is a request that we could make. And I think there's a second one, just to have an evaluation at the end of the season to, I guess, executive committee. And I think that is going up next. Thank you. There we go. End of season evaluation, report back to the December 5th meeting of the committee in case there's any changes that have to happen, because one of the things here is we're augmenting this because it was pretty fast, and these businesses are still reeling, many of the small businesses we're talking about. So I do want to thank the mayor for those motions. We had a different report, went to executive, and now we have a different set of motions here that I think every time they just get better to achieve the results that we're looking for, which is to support our small business community in this really difficult downturn. We said this is a lifeline, so let's make sure we do continue a lifeline for these folks. We heard that there is a $223 million contribution to Toronto's economy. That's not money that they're making, but that's what they're bringing in to the economy at a time when, let's face it, things are difficult. And let's just call this a signature program. You know, Councillor Bradford mentioned Destination Danforth. That was pretty exciting when that got put together with the cycle track and painting and murals. And then all of a sudden, on top of that, we had all of these great cafes. It created a super Destination Danforth. It's kind of it's a template for really making our main streets so vibrant, the public realm so vibrant, but making sure that they can do it and we can do it. So these are an introduction of fees. Let's make sure that as many cafes as possible can still continue. And those that just said, oh, give me that cafe because it's free, put out nothing and left a blank space, which drove everybody crazy, drove the other businesses crazy, it drove me crazy when I saw that. So let's not have that again. There has to be a use it or lose it, a pay to play, get in, but now we're going to help you make this the best program ever. And talking about our public realm and vibrant main streets, that is one of the goals of our city. When you talk, Councillor Bradford, about sports and music and everything, I think everybody coming to town, people that go and check out different parts of town, they love this program. They want to be part of this program. Let's not forget that tourists come here and they're told, go to this special BIA, go to Little Portugal, go here, go to Little India. And when you go there, it should be magic in the summer. We are trying to create that in our city. And I want to thank the staff so much for putting up this program so quickly. It was terrific. And we're looking at 3 different divisions working together. Good job. Because this is hard to do, as we all know. And they aren't actually from the same, I call them clusters still. It's cross-divisional. So pretty hard to do, and amazing, amazing job with all of the challenges that you faced. Thank you for being so sensitive and continuing to work to make this a better program and one that can be successful. And thank you to the mayor for introducing this motion here today, and to my colleagues that have just stood up and said, let's make sure that the lifeline we throw isn't a brick, that it's truly a lifeline, a life preserver. We recognize that these folks are still in crisis during this time. And I think that we're almost there, and I commend everybody for these motions to support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just have a couple of motions to move that I'm moving on behalf of staff, really. They're motions of intergovernmental advocacy. And then I was sitting here quietly, Madam Speaker, because I don't have a Cafe TO installation, trying not to be obnoxious, and forgot I have business to do. So we could consider them as read. City Council authorizes the city manager in consultation with the CFO and treasurer to receive funds and negotiate and enter into and execute any agreements, including any amendments thereto, with the Government of Canada and Government of Ontario in support of the hospitality sector, small businesses, Main Street revitalization. And I'll let staff continue to read. And clause 2, that we direct the GM Economic Development and Culture to request that between 2023 and 2027, funding for the Cafe TO Property Improvement Program and other programs to assist restaurant operators in all parts of the city be included in any extended or new funding agreements. And I'll let Council consider the rest of those sentences, consider them read. Madam Speaker, I'm simply moving these on behalf of staff. They follow on some of the more immediate intergov amendments that Councillor Fletcher and others have moved. But what they make possible is that those businesses that are not currently in Cafe TO and may emerge from doing successive summers, that this program to help build the platforms hopefully be extended through intergovernmental advocacy, so that a Cafe TO installation could happen in every part of the city's map, and that there would be no more just yellow zones. I'd love to see the map colored in my area with some of this, but I think it'll take a few years to get there. Hopefully this motion will help us to get there with government support.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, can you please come and get your phone, because it keeps ringing and you're not at your desk. Councillor Bravo to speak. Yes?
I can't, I'm having trouble with my CMP, so just remove me.
Councillor Perruzza, please come and get your phone. Councillor Bravo, I can't hear you, sorry. The phone is ringing.
I'm having trouble with CMP. I would like to remove myself, but now I'm locked out, so you can just
No,
ignore
but you're on
that.
the list to speak. Do you want to speak?
No,
you don't
I'm
want to
trying to
speak.
remove myself, but I can't get in at all.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Okay, so that's it for the speakers. Let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, the first motion is by Mayor Tory. On favor? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, if you are present and voting, oh, thank you, I see you now.
I,
Counselor Cole, may we have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. Counselor Bravo? Affirmative, thank you. Counselor Perruzza, please. The affirmative, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 23-2.
okay, can we put the next motion on the screen? Motion 2A by Counselor Fletcher. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Motion 2B by Counselor Fletcher. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Is that it? Oh, Counselor Carroll's motion. Counselor Carroll's motion, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, item is amended. All in favor? Recorded? Okay, recorded vote. Counselor Chang. Counselor Chang. Counselor Chang. Hello, Counselor Chang. Can you please stay in your seat until we've completed voting?
Counselor Burnside and Counselor Moise, are you able to vote using the system? Counselor Moise, may I please have your vote verbally, please? Sorry? In the affirmative, thank you. Counselor Perruzza, please.
Counselor Perruzza, you need to vote. Vote.
In the affirmative, thank you. Counselor Bravo? Counselor Bravo, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, thank you. Our next item. Yeah, HL 1.6, Board of Health, cold weather and the effects on those experiencing homeless. If you have questions to staff, can you please put your name on the list? Okay, are we ready to start the next item? All right. Counselor Chang. Counselor Chang,
Yes,
questions?
thank you. Okay, through the chair, thank you, Madam Speaker. How many streets to homes outreach workers are dispatched when there is an extreme cold weather alert to support people knowing where warming centers are open and how many beds are available?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the speaker to you, we have 4 teams that hit the road, 2 people each, on a 24-hour basis when there's an extreme cold weather alert.
Do you think that is adequate coverage considering the state of homelessness in our city at this moment?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I think over the years we've added to that team, so then there is now 4 that are active. On a cold weather alert night, their main focus moves from any case management support to just connecting with individuals they see or that they receive concerned citizen calls about, and to get to that destination and offer them services that are available in transportation if necessary.
So if they encounter someone who has many of their belongings with them, which often many of our friends experiencing homelessness do, and could be very hard to carry all of that through multiple transit transfers, is transportation provided so that they can easily get to where they need to go?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes, they're a van-based outreach service, so they could transport people with their belongings or a pet if they need to a warming center location.
From a user experience perspective, when people call 211, what is the time lag between the call and reaching a live human being?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so it's through 311. We would ask people to call to have a connection to either our central intake phone service or to be connected with the Streets to Homes team to dispatch one of our outreach teams, and we have a shift leader that answers those calls throughout the 24-hour period.
So people who are experiencing homelessness who want to know if warming center space is available should call 311 and not 211?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes, 311 would be the most accurate place to call, and they would get our live city staff that would have access to that information.
So for myself, I have called on behalf of someone, called 311 and was informed that I should call 211 and that the warming center was open, and then when I went to check, the warming center was closed. So is there a pathway to improve that communication and information so that we can reliably refer people to the right place, to the right phones? Because obviously people who don't have cell phones, it would be even harder to find that pathway to accurate information.
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'm sorry you had that experience. So we'll follow up with our partners at 311 and review those communication protocols.
What would be a good solution for the fact that warming centers are so unpredictable in when they're open, to informing a vulnerable population that doesn't have phones to let them know that there is a space available? What would be a good way to solve that problem?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the warming centers have been a program of the city for many, many years. At one point we used to fax out a notice to all of our partners, and the best way that this information spreads is through our community partners, our daytime drop-ins, our outreach workers, to notify them that services will be opening that evening.
Is there a list of drop-ins that would have capacity, given funding, to become a 24-hour drop-in or warming center?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you know, there was a few years ago, several years ago, we did a call out to our daytime drop-in providers to gauge their interest. At that time, we did identify a couple of opportunities. We haven't done that recently to determine if those partners would be interested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Oh, okay. Jumped ahead, thank you. So we have before us the recommendation to find a way to make warming centers 24/7 from now until April. But we also have added to the agenda, we have a supplementary report, and while we're in a Board of Health item, Mr. Tanner's prepared a supplementary report that looks at the difficulty in doing that, the challenges in opening a warming center right now that would be 24/7. And I understand the financial impact is there in roughly in dollars and cents, $400,000 per center if we wanted to go 24/7. But I'm wondering if you can unpack a little of why, and if we say we were to take two of the existing ones now and make them 24/7, what's the staffing of them now when they open at 7 o'clock versus what you would have to do if they went 24/7?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, thanks for the question. You know, certainly as indicated in the report, this is a staffing team and sector that has been through you know, very, very challenging times with almost doubling the footprint, the square footprint of the shelter system during the pandemic. Has continued to respond to the opioid crisis and is generally burned out, if you will. They continue to provide excellent service every day, but there are limits to how much we can stretch the human resources in this sector to continue to respond. We're working closely with our community partners on a strategy to help them skill up, train up, hire up additional staff. But that takes time, and there are challenges with respect to the staffing resources we have currently to continue to stretch to meet demand.
And so you would have to design a shift model. We have shelters that run 24/7, but you haven't had warming centers that run 24/7 up until now. I'm assuming you would have to design a staffing model, and you don't get shelter per diems per se from the province for the warming centers the way you would a 24/7 shelter. Am I right about that?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so you know our funding from the province is somewhat fixed for this year. It won't go up if we add additional services to our system. The difference between the staffing model for an alert-based or inclement weather-based activation is that you bring in your bring in some staff, you pay them some overtime perhaps to cover shifts. Moving to a 24/7 model means you need a 3-shift rotation. You need to provide people benefits, time off, and a variety of things. It's a more resource-intensive response.
And I have two more questions. I'm going to lump them together so that you'll have time to answer them. One of them is, you say at the end of the supplementary report that, in fanning out to the agencies to find people who could manage warming centers for us this year, 3 outside agencies that came forward saying we could do it. I would assume they have a certain amount of burnout as well, because they are also helping us with the rest of our shelter program. So I was wondering if you could speak to that we only got 3 agencies in response. And secondly, I'm assuming that these warming centers are not overstaffed. So if you could speak to, if we were to say, okay, we could run more warming centers if we had, for instance, more community volunteers, would that mean that you need fewer staff there? Or is the staffing right now economical such that you would still need them there to manage those volunteers?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yeah, our staffing model first and foremost relies on trained staff that belong to an organization where they're supervised and covered in case of a workplace injury, for example. So, you know, the three organizations, when we put out the call, have come forward, and we've activated all three of those organizations to deliver services at the three of the four sites that we're currently operating.
Okay, and lastly, the item at Board of Health, and this might be a question for the medical officer of health, the original item that was before us, you know, that came forward onto the agenda, cold weather and the effects of those experiencing homelessness, comes with a councillor motion, but one of the directions in there is simply that the medical officer of health support the general manager of SSHA in preparing that report in April that would look at, if you want a redesign of the warming center,
last
here's
question.
how. Would that, I'm putting you on the spot, but would that be a course of action that could lead us to having a careful and detailed ask of the province to expand the program?
So through the speaker, you're quite right, Councillor. There was a recommendation asking for me to provide support to my colleagues at Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Of course, happy to provide that support. Don't know yet what the form will take. I don't want to, you know, preclude the conversation or predict what will happen. But certainly, we'll bring forward what the discussions come forth with, and we'll think about all the options. I think we're thinking quite innovatively. We've had to, over the course of the last 3 years, prepared to consider, you know, all kinds of possibilities, but of course they come with costs that need to be considered as well.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to pursue some of the issues raised by Councillor Carroll. To help me get a bit of context, to the city manager, can you give me a ballpark estimate of what it costs to put 80 police officers on time and a half in the TTC?
So through the speaker, you know, I'm loath to get into operational issues that we don't know a lot about, but I did check with our staff, and an estimate that we received was 1.7 million a month is the estimate that was provided by the police for this program.
1.7 a month?
Correct.
Okay. I've seen different estimates, but we'll accept that. What's the offset for that? The report we have in front of us talks about offsets.
So through the speaker, currently the TTC and Toronto Police Service will work within their proposed budgets for 2023 to absorb those changes in operations. So that's the approach that's being used by both those programs at the moment.
So we were told by the Auditor General of the City of Toronto that a serious problem we have with the police is that response times to calls. If they're being forced to offset some portion of 1.7 million a month, do you think that response time would improve or worsen?
So through the speaker, there are ways. There's a premium pay budget that exists within Toronto Police Services at the moment. So there are methods that could be used in that short term. There's no doubt that the longer that any operation goes, the longer that any change to that budget goes, there may need to be a relook at it. But at the moment, it's felt that within the budgets that are proposed by those two organizations, there's a way to handle that.
My understanding is that when the city's instructions went out to divisions and agencies, it said, don't put in budget line items that you don't intend to spend. So the premium pay was something that the police said they needed. It's not just money sitting in an account. There's something that gets lost if we take money out of that account.
So through the speaker, that premium pay would be in place. They do expect on a year-by-year basis to use it, and this would be one of the ways that they would seek to offset those costs.
Right. And in terms of asking the TTC for some of that money, my understanding is the TTC has already told us that in order to manage their budget, they need both a fare increase and service cuts, the list of which, by the way, we still don't have. So if the TTC has to do that, I can imagine there would be additional service cuts.
Through the speaker, I don't think I'm able to answer that at the moment. They would manage within
Fair
their
enough.
budget, so I
Fair
don't
enough.
think I can give any more detail than that.
Okay. To the medical officer of health, when we were discussing this item at the Board of Health, we discussed some of the health impacts of homelessness generally. And I thought a lot of what you said was worth getting to a wider audience. The health impacts of being homeless don't start at some arbitrary temperature, do they?
Through the speaker, no, Councillor, it is not about a particular temperature. We know for a fact that being homeless and underhoused is just bad for your health. Starting off with the very fact that we see, as we collect death data on homeless individuals, that your life expectancy is significantly shortened if you are homeless in this city. And it's in the range of about 30 years. The life expectancy is about 30 years shorter than that for the general population. To say nothing of all the other challenges.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure everyone heard that. So just the fact of being homeless reduces life expectancy by 30 years. So there's a huge public health benefit about creating a system that gives people a pathway into being in a home, right?
So through the speaker, there's no question. We know that housing is a key social determinant of health, and having sustainable, affordable, supportive housing for everyone in the city would certainly go a long way towards improving community health.
Thank you. And if I could get a final question to the General Manager of Shelter Housing and Support. Our drop-in partners, our warming centers, our shelters, they all come with staff from your office who help to build people that pathway to housing, correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Yes? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. I guess I just want to begin on the point around the city's experience running 24/7 respite and drop-in centers. Can you share a little bit more about the city's experience running those? As far as I understand, we did have those in place before the pandemic.
Yes, thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. So, over the last, 6 or 7 years, we've had a variety of different types of interventions that we've invested in to support people experiencing homelessness. So that includes 2 of the 24-hour women's drop-ins that during the pandemic moved to bedded services. We fund a number of 24-hour respite programs that are low-barrier programs that were introduced to provide that ease of access into those programs, and they have filled up and are less likely to provide that drop-in kind of experience that was imagined when they were created. And then we have our own 129 Peter Street Assessment and Referral Center located downtown that also operates on a 24/7 clock and is available for people to drop into.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you and your team for that, because I know that there's a tremendous amount of capability in the city to be able to step up and provide that 24/7 drop-in and respite space as we need it. Right now, if warming centers are not open 24/7, where are you directing people who are experiencing homelessness?
Through the chair to you, Speaker. So, through central intake that people would call, they would do their best to match people to available beds. If beds are not available at the time of the call, they would ask folks to call back or leave their number so we could call them back. Our street outreach teams that are out in the field each day go with a number of shelter beds sort of pre-identified for them to connect with people and offer direct referrals indoors. And others would be directed to 129 Peter Street if we found them looking for immediate space.
I appreciate that. And, a number of the discussions and the questions that we've been hearing are about the cost of providing 24/7 drop-in spaces at warming centers. And what you just described also sounds very costly. So can you share a little bit about what the cost is of us doing nothing?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, You know, it's a hard question to answer because, you know, we have continued as a sector to do as much as we can with the resources that we have available. And that includes the human resources and frankly, the facilities that we have access to bring people indoors. You know, I think part of our dialogue earlier was that we've continued to grow the shelter system. And I'll tell you on behalf of my staff, they keep asking me, you know, where are the other systemic solutions to this issue? Because all we do is see more and more people with more and more complex needs. And so that is part of the challenge. If we open services, they fill up. We open more services and they fill up. We continue to do what we can with the resources we have to meet the need, and the need, as you know, is great.
Well, I appreciate that, and we need to address the housing crisis with the urgency that it requires. And we know we need to support our unhoused neighbors right now, and especially in the conditions that we see. Earlier, Councillor Ainsley shared the report that we heard directly from the doctor who was the lead on it at the Board of Health, which said that 72% of people, of hypothermia cases amongst people who are experiencing homelessness actually occur when the temperature is above -15, which is a huge concern. And what I'd like to hear more from, and maybe it's also from the medical officer of health, is how are we addressing the needs of those affected by the harsh and cold weather when the temperature is above -15 degrees and they don't have access to safe, warm indoor spaces like a 24/7 drop-in?
Yeah, sure. I'll happy to start through the speaker to you, Councillor. So, you know, as I mentioned, we are opening our warming centers outside of that strict criteria of -15 degrees. I think it's time we report back on and be clear about what those circumstances are. And certainly as we've been asked through the Economic and Community Development Committee, we will be reporting back in April with an updated approach to the opening of these services.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the speaker, if I can just add the last little bit. So exactly as my colleague has just said, there are clearly other circumstances under which these services are made available. That being said, as answered in an earlier question, there's no doubt and there's no question that being homeless and underhoused really does have a negative impact on health. And it's not about a temperature per se, it's actually the very act, the very fact of being homeless or underhoused has a negative impact on health, whether you're looking at the mortality experience or the ability to manage any other medical condition, physical, mental, or otherwise, that one encounters within the course of daily life. No question, it's more challenging when you are not able to access sustainable, affordable, and supportive housing.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Chair. To the General Manager of Shelter Support and Housing, let's talk about the current system, the way it is. Under the current system, warming centers are ordered to be open, as we've heard from, by the Medical Officer of Health when there's an extreme cold weather alert at -15 degrees. But they can also be open, as I've come to learn, at any time by SSHA. How can people come to know when that decision might be made? How do they know when when they don't know what the criteria is for opening the warming centers? The people who need the support.
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor. So, you know, it is through that communication that we do through our partners to alert them that we would be opening the centers. You know, what often happens when Environment Canada might declare a weather watch, a snowstorm warning, a significant drop in temperatures outside of the criteria of an extreme cold weather alert. I think reporting back and being more consistent on what those measures are and making them publicly available will be a helpful next step.
Councillor Cheng asked a lot of questions about the challenges of communication that we hear from people on the front line. People experiencing homelessness don't have access to internet, don't have a cell phone, etc. I just wanted to ask about, given that last year warming centers were open 68 days during the winter, That's about half the period of the city's cold weather response plan at 150 days. What kind of efficiencies could be achieved if we just continuously kept the warming centers or opened throughout the season?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, your question is what efficiencies could we gain?
Yeah, how would it make it locating staff and securing locations easier if we had a consistent plan that wasn't triggered by, the minus 15 degrees?
Yes, so thanks for the question. I mean, through the speaker to you, Councillor, one of the aspects is the facility itself. If we're going to run a 24-hour program over the duration of a winter, ideally that needs to be a program that's got access to amenities like showers, a kitchen, and other amenities that are appropriate for that. With respect to the staffing, the ability to plan for a winter season as opposed to the ad hoc call of an alert is somewhat helpful if we have access to the appropriate human resources to make that happen.
I agree that access to a shower is ideal, but sheltering on a transit system isn't really providing even the minimal protection. So I just want to go back to the city's previous practice, as Councillor Malik was asking about. In the past, the 24/7 respite centers, were any of them run with community-based organization as partners?
Yes, they were, many of them, yes.
And would you agree that this motion doesn't actually say that we need to just expand or continue warming centers? What this motion calls for is a 24/7 drop-in response in the situation that we've seen a massive growth in homelessness, and that while not perfect, getting inside is preferable than being exposed to the elements.
I'm sorry, I missed the question
That the
there.
motion doesn't actually say, would you agree that it doesn't say it has to be a warming center, it's a 24/7 respite or drop-in, and it doesn't have to be done by the city. It outlines that it could be done in partnership with community-based organizations and faith communities, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree that the motion isn't specific to that.
Thank you. And you did say, helpfully, thank you, that we do what we can with the resources we have. The Ontario Human Rights Commission last week stated that it urges municipalities across Ontario to uphold the rights of people experiencing homelessness and to adequately fund and provide enough indoor spaces around the clock for anyone seeking shelter in whatever setting. How can we meet this call from the Ontario Human Rights Commission with what we're offering right now?
Yes, through the councillor, through the speaker to you, Councillor. As you know, the system is very full, and it is challenging on evenings to meet the demand of people that are looking for space. What we've done in the past is continue to add shelter beds, continue to fill up, and continue to have the same challenges. What I'm suggesting is a different, more systemic approach to the issue that is preventative and upstream in nature.
Right, so it
Last
doesn't mean no
question.
responding to the urgency of now. I had more questions, but I've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, there were a number of questions I was going to ask you, but they've been asked, but I have a few, if you could help with respect to clarification, because it has come to my attention that some have indicated that we should convert community centers to 24/7 warming centers. My question to you, what would happen to the programs that we have planned for the community center space? And how would that impact our community in general?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it would depend on the community center, but certainly we've had experience using a variety of community centers across the city for 24/7 services, and that tends to displace or end that community programming that might have occurred within that space, whether it be a gym or a recreation room or something like that.
I wonder if I can just unpack that a little bit further. You said it depends on the community center. So in my thinking that the depends on the community center, are you suggesting then that the programs that are offered in that community center, where you say depends on the community center, are either not being fully optimized, not being utilized, or in fact, we could have other uses for that community center or the specific community center that you're referring to, other than, let's say, a 24/7 warming facility? Not that I oppose that, but I'm curious, do we have community facilities in the city that are not fully optimized?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly we rely on my colleagues across the city that have city buildings, but as we approached this winter, we did a fairly thorough examination of city facilities to see what was available. And we've come up with the 2 warming centers, 1 recreation center, and the Cecil Community Center.
Right, so what did you displace? What programs did you displace in those facilities? Or did you, or were programs in fact displaced in those facilities?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it would likely be at the community center in North York, where I believe we took over space that was being used as an immunization clinic previously. That had moved to a different location there. And at Cecil Community Center, we work very closely with the operators to integrate as best we can with the other programs and services that continue to operate.
So there was dialogue that took place in order to make a determination as to whether or not you could actually scale down and then scale up with respect to the facilities?
That's correct.
All right. You talked a little bit about in your supplementary report, the $400,000. That's a monthly amount for how many facilities if we were to look at expanding the 24/7 warming centers across the city? Is this just for one location, or is this for several locations?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's the estimate per month for one location, estimated that would serve about 50 people.
Okay, and how many facilities would we be required if we were to look at a comprehensive program citywide?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so this season we had our objective was to achieve 4 warming centers with some variability on location to have a downtown, east, north, and west location.
Right, and so you are suggesting to us, though, that based on the requests and or direction from Economic and Community Development and the work that you're doing there, plus other motions from Board of Health, and your authority as General Manager for SSHA, in order to put together a strategic plan that will focus on a variety of different issues relating to responding to the needs to address the homeless issue, which you are, but to augment and to add more elements to it. With respect to the warming piece, do you have the authority now to make decisions based on the weather, based on the need? Do you need to have direction from council beyond what you have as authority to, in fact, professionally do your job?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, we have the authority to open the warming centers as we determine based on the weather. We have the ability to expand into some of the alternate space that we discussed earlier today in shelters, boardrooms, dining rooms. We have the authority to do that. We have the authority to program as per our approved budget by council.
Thank you, Mr. Channer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher? Hello? Councillor Fletcher? You're up. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had 2 questions about the Out of the Cold program. That was a very robust program, and now what's the reason why there isn't any longer such a program, please?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the speaker to you, Councillor. So the out of the
Reinstate that program.
well, we've been working with some of the out of the cold providers. I tell you, it's not an ideal model in terms of each night providing a different shelter throughout the week. People are moving around. It's harder to connect with them on case plans around housing. However, that's a sector, the out of the cold and faith-based communities, that continues to want to assist the city with respect to its work with individuals who are homeless.
So I just can't understand why, when we have this situation, we haven't encouraged that program. Is it lack of staffing? I think there's still an interest. It's just re-engaging, because it does mean there are hot meals, place to go in this crisis.
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, in fact, some of the out of the colds continue to provide that meal service and other kinds of supports. We
But
are
they
in
don't
touch
stay
with them.
overnight.
They don't stay overnight.
So I'm really talking about the staying overnight part. What do we need to do to reinstate that program? Even with its deficiencies, it's better than being outside. Would you not agree with me?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you know, we would need to engage with the out of the cold coordinators that we're still in touch with to determine if they're interest. As we headed into this winter, we did not recommend going back to that, given not knowing how our COVID situation would be, and with respect to spacing. It's something we could look at in the future, but there have been challenges with that module of service.
You'd agree there's challenges with the current model of the service?
There are challenges with the current approach in terms of meeting the need.
In the 2013, we had an ice storm, and a lot of people were cold and frozen out, and we opened different centers for people to go and spend time, and they were run by the Red Cross. What is this? Is the Red Cross able to assist the city in that way in these types of emergency situations of deep cold?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the Red Cross has played an important role with us in responding to the number of refugee claimants that have arrived in the city. In working with individuals experiencing homelessness, it's not been a good match based on our work with them to serve that group of individuals.
Does the Red Cross not work internationally in difficult circumstances?
I understand that they do respond internationally. In Toronto, they rely on volunteers for the most part to deliver the service. And there are some training gaps, I would say, that makes them uncomfortable or not the best fit with respect to delivering services to people experiencing homelessness.
Is there some way to make them a better fit? Since they are a reliable partner for difficult circumstances?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we're in touch with the Red Cross on the refugee first contact stop. Can continue to have that conversation with them, but to date that hasn't been the right fit.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, is it accurate to say that the city's street needs assessment says that there are over 700 people sleeping outdoors on a given night in Toronto, and we are only providing 195 warming centers, spaces and shelters, which are at capacity each night?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so that was a point-in-time survey done in 2021. That was the information that was gleaned at the time, and currently we do provide just under 200 spaces in our warming centers.
Thank you. Through the speaker, how is Toronto meeting its obligation to provide enough indoor spaces?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the question is how do we meet our obligation to provide enough space for people experiencing homelessness?
Correct.
As we've discussed earlier through Council, we continue to add shelter beds to our system. We've doubled the size of the system since 2016. I would expect that we'll continue to add shelter beds to our system. And we need other options, including deeply affordable supportive housing and some other systemic leadership, I'd say, at the provincial level and elsewhere to prevent and address some of the challenges that we're facing.
Thank you. The Ontario Human Rights Commission noted that even moderate temperatures, especially when coupled with rain or snow, can be life-threatening for people who are unsheltered. How is the city ensuring that everyone has a safe indoor space to go on nights that are cold and wet, but the warming centers are not open? So what are the alternatives, if any?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you asked what are the options for the city?
If there are no warming centers available.
So, we continue to add space. It continues to be busy. As I mentioned earlier, 8,200 beds we had at October 1st. We're now offering 9,000. We continue to stretch the system, the resources, the people, and we need more long-term solutions to this very complex issue.
Thank you. And one final question. What have emergency medical doctors been asking for with regard to the 24/7 warming centers?
Through the speaker, I'm sorry, I can't hear your questions.
What have emergency medical doctors been asking for?
What have emergency medical...
Or the medical community in general been asking for with respect to the warming centers?
So through the speaker, we did hear from some emergency medical physicians at the most recent Board of Health meeting, and they certainly expressed concern in respect of homeless and underhoused individuals that they provide care to within the context of various emergency rooms all over the city. And while I think they spoke in favor certainly of shelters and warming centers as important life-saving interventions, I think we also heard them speak, and you'll certainly hear me speak, to the need for us to explore greater options, systemic solutions, as my colleague has just spoken to, and in particular, around the need for sustainable, affordable, and supportive housing to meet the needs of the many residents of this city. That's actually what makes the difference in terms of health, both in terms of acute issues, in terms of chronic issues, and just in terms of just overall life expectancy. We've seen challenges there as well with those who are homeless and underhoused. Hence the real need for those long-term options and long-term systemic solutions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. That's it for the questions. Okay, we'll go to the speakers list. Councillor Cheng to speak. Councillor Cheng.
My mic, oh, there we go. Through the speaker, I have two amendments to the motion.
Well, you have to read them out, yeah.
Yep, so the first one is that City Council amend Board of Health Recommendation 2 by adding the words subject to budget approval so that it reads now as follows. City Council direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to provide 24/7 indoor warming locations until April 15th, possibly including City of Toronto warming centers and locations provided by community organizations, including faith-based groups that would provide low-barrier walk-in access to people in need of a safe place to spend the night, subject to budget approval. That's the first one. And the second one is that City Council direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to report back to the Board of Health in the third quarter of 2023 with a strategic plan for creating, maintaining sufficient warming locations for next winter of 2024, which must include but not be limited to the results of a one-time roundtable with homeless serving organizations, including faith-based organized groups, physicians, medical experts, who work with people experiencing homelessness and people with lived experience, and a survey of homeless serving organizations, including faith-based groups, physicians, medical experts, who work with people experiencing homelessness and people with lived experience. So we are coming to the end of a day, and a lot of people out there are looking at this pivotal vote that we are about to undertake. And some of us may be tired and we're thinking, oh, it's just like, let's just get through this. But what we're really talking about is people, not numbers, not spreadsheets. And on Friday last week, when it was so cold that my legs hurt just walking outside for 10 minutes, I ran into a woman who had her suitcases with her. And she told me she'd been kicked out of Warming Center, which I will need to understand why that could happen. And I asked her, where did you sleep last night? And she said, oh, I don't sleep at night. At night, I just try to stay awake. I try to find somewhere, and I sleep during the day, presumably in libraries and the TTC. So I have really struggled because I am someone who is very practical. I think when we make decisions, we have to look at the numbers. But I'm also someone who believes that it is our responsibility to love the people who are struggling. And the person that I met that night, somehow we managed to find her a place to keep warm that night. And before I said goodbye to her, I put my hand on her shoulder and I said, don't give up. You still have something that you can contribute to this world, and we need you. And she said to me, I do have something to contribute. And my fear is as we talk about numbers and policies, we forget that each of these human beings have a potential and a capacity not just to heal and be housed, but to give back and do something. So my commitment is to always do what will help the most vulnerable in our communities. And we've heard so many deputations at ECDC, people who are working the front lines, physicians, frontline workers. No one is saying, let's just do a study and wait till next year to figure it out. They are saying people are dying, people are losing toes and fingers because of frostbite, things that we don't have to encounter. We're sitting here, we're so comfortable. We all have something that is a key that we can get us into a warm building late at night. But there are people who are wandering with their worldly possessions. And you know, her possessions were heavy. There are a lot of bags. I don't even know how she navigates transit with all of those possessions. We should not build a city where people have to live in such an undignified way. They should be met with compassion, and the places where they land should be places where people know their names, not just a problem that we're trying to shift around from one location to another. So we need to find a solution, and in that gap, we do need 24/7 places for people to land. Thank you.
Okay, we do have questions for you. Councillor Carroll,
Sure.
3 minutes clarification of the motion.
It is a matter of clarification, Madam Speaker, because I'm a bit confused, because we're now asking the GM of SSHA to report back to Board of Health in the third quarter, but he's already reporting sooner than that to Economic and Community Development, which is already seized with this matter. So are you seeking to delay that, or do you want him to proceed with the April report?
I think the purpose of this motion is that we spoke to and heard from a lot of frontline workers who said, when we speak to the city and we make suggestions, oftentimes what results does not reflect what we see on the front line. So
Okay, I don't know if you heard me. What I was
Right.
asking was the question of timing.
Right.
What I'm asking, the Economic and Community Development Committee has seized of this matter and has asked for a report in April, which
Right.
is in Q2. And you are now asking for him to bring a strategic plan in Q3 to Board of Health. Are you seeking to delay the work that he's doing for April?
So this is about the maintaining sufficient warming locations for next winter. I
Right.
believe, is the subject matter from ECDC something that is more, larger scope?
Well, that is what you wanted him to report to Economic Development on. A reconceiving, a redesigning, a maximum approach to warming centers, and you wanted a report on that to Economic Development by April. And that is what I moved on your behalf. I'm wondering why you now want him to wait till the third quarter. and go to Board of Health?
I think what I'm concerned about is that the pathway to designing the strategic plan should include these pieces, and so I'm not sure that the timeline would allow for this kind of feedback. So yes, if the department requires a delay in order to get this feedback, then I think it's worth delaying.
I'll speak to it when it comes time
Okay.
then, Madam Speaker. I don't think we can afford.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion 1B contains the words "sufficient warming locations." I wondered if the councillor could explain what sufficient means.
Sorry, where is this?
Motion 1B, second sentence in the center. Excuse me, second line of the first sentence in the center of the screen. Strategic plan for creating and maintaining sufficient warming
Right.
locations.
Right, so sufficient would be meeting what is needed. Yep.
Okay, so the first motion, 1A, subject to budget approval, says to keep them open. Is that sufficient or more than sufficient, especially if they go unused? Do
I
the
don't
two-
think we
the
have
two square up?
evidence that it would go unused if it is open.
What if it's 30 degrees in April? I guess it could happen.
So when I speak to frontline workers, they're saying it's actually, we're talking about warming centers, but in their language, it's respite centers, and it's respite from having no landing place. So it's not just about the temperature, it's also about a lack of a landing place, which is why our libraries, our TTC, our public spaces become that landing place. So it's not simply tied to warmth.
So sufficient warming locations really mean respite centers with all the services and so on. I just want to make sure I understand
Right.
what you're getting at.
So this is to address the current gap, right? No one is saying this is an eternal solution. We recognize a lot of things have to be improved, but at this moment in time, when hundreds of frontline workers are saying our people need this, I don't think we can turn a deaf ear.
Would you say that the frontline workers' advice is different than what we heard from the general manager?
I think that they are operating from two different perspectives, yes.
Okay. So back to my original question, though. If for whatever reason it turns out that directing that the centers remain open means that they're underutilized, in other words, that money could be used elsewhere, is that your intention of the motion? No.
So in this motion, it says that it is providing 24/7 indoor warming locations. It's not prescriptive.
Direct.
It's not saying all of them are open.
So it's direct.
It's saying that there are at least some that are open. So I think that there is still a measure of trust in our staff to determine that necessity and capacity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Direct.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so may I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? Councillor Thompson? If you can read it? Yeah. Just give it a minute. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Oh, sorry. Okay.
No problem. Thank you very much, Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council, meeting three on February 7th, 2023.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Recess to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you to staff. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all my fans.